All right, there we go. There we go. Sorry about that. I was jamming some tunes. I need my music. I can't listen to music unless I got headphones on and shit like that and all that. So anyway, welcome. Morning. It's Friday. We're here in Denver, Colorado. I'm gonna be working on the iPad today. Be working on some character sheets for Bluntz and Bongwater. Be hanging out, trying to keep an eye on the chat. Taking a couple breaks here and there. And trying to get some of these character sheets hammered out. So, move the studio room around a little bit. Got a new table for the iPad, so that's kind of cool. It sits right here. It's got a nice little sloped drawing tablet for me, or space table. So it looks pretty good. It's not completely out of control crazy size wise, so it fit right in. Doesn't take up too much space. It's pretty sturdy, and I've got all my plugs in that plug into my iPad and my phone, because all that I'm using this area for is my iPad and my phone. I got tired of putting it on my Cintiq, and it was kind of like, don't want to spend that much money and not use the Cintiq and have my iPad sitting over the top of it. So what I figured was try to get a table, because this table is a standing table. It goes up and down, all that kind of stuff. Really, really nice. Costs a few $100. Real heavy. It's like outrageously heavy. But it goes up and down, and it becomes a standing desk. So does this one, even though this one's more portable, a lot less sturdy when it comes to, if I was comparing the two. A few $100 less as well, but I thought it was perfect for the iPad, and it's not bad. I mean, look, you can see some wobble, all that kind of stuff, but I mean, it's not like it's gonna fall apart or close into itself or something. But I figured, okay, I'd use that for the iPad, and then I could sit over here a little bit more comfortable with the string. So we built that last night because we got it from Amazon yesterday, and it was so cool, because it was like I ordered it the day before, and then I got it the next day. So then I'm sitting here right after I got off work, came home, ate some Firehouse subs, and I put together the desk, and then that was about it. So today's the day we get to practice and test this sucker out. So anyway, we are going to the iPad, and we're working on Bluntz and Bongwater character sheets. Now, these are some of the what we're trying to do here. First off, is we're creating a comic strip, start to finish. Even though these are comic strips that I had, that one of them I didn't try getting syndicated. I stopped doing it after, I'm gonna say, maybe about 20 strips. I just wasn't comfortable with the characters as you're drawing them, and I did not want to carry it any further than that. I wanted to save all the jokes and all that stuff until I got the characters, I think, dialed in. And then the other one, MilkyWay, this one here, we tried to get this one syndicated. I think it was around 2004. And we got close, but Milky, it was passed on. But the thing about it was, I didn't have a cohesive story when it came to this one. It was more along the line of jokes, and I was starting to put together, um, a timeline, all that kind of stuff, and a cohesive story, something that you could read, understand, get to know the characters, things like that. Storytelling at that point wasn't really one of my strong points. I was doing panel gags, like one panel gags, things like that for magazines, stuff like that. So I decided that I would see if I could try a comic strip because, I was a big fan of, Peanuts and Garfield and those, but Calvin and Hobbes, all those kind of Funky Winker Bean. I mean, I read comic strips like crazy. So I mean, there's tons. I mean, I could go on all the way down to even studying the cartoonists, like Al Cap, Walt Kelly, even with like Winsor McKay. It was like and then the other one. The other one. There's hundreds of them that I just admire. So I wanted to do something like that, more of like a strip form, but wasn't really good at it. So I sent it out, got some hits, like I said, and one was hanging on to it for a bit, and they eventually passed, but whatever. But I want to try this again. I want to try it with these strips here because I think I have something with those. At least one of them. You hope to, but I don't want to get crazy. So, and I wanted to go with the original concept of these characters here, but a lot of them have changed, I guess. I streamlined some of them and things like that, and I did hundreds of these strips, hundreds of MilkyWays. Let's see if I can. No, I'm having a hard time with that stuff. But anyway, we were making ads and a whole bunch of other things that we did with Milky. So we are redoing it, redoing all the things that the cartoon was at that point in time. Because it just, you know how you get to a point to where it looks different. And even if you read Heathcliff or even if you read Garfield and all those kind of things, that the characters evolve and change and look different. So I was going through that with Milky Way, and then eventually I just stopped. I was like, okay, well, we'll figure out how to get this thing syndicated eventually. Time goes on, all that kind of stuff, things go on, and years later you're doing other stuff and drawing other things, and you go back and you go, hey man, now's the time to take a shot, and see if we can do something with this. But so like I said, now's the time. So here's some of the characters and things for the Milky that we're creating as well. We're doing this all on stream. I'm going to try to be as transparent as I possibly can with this type of stuff. We're going to go through who we're going to send it to, all these kind of things, the rejection letters that come back, all that kind of stuff. Because I'm not sure it's the same way to syndicate anymore. This is a totally different path that I'm not sure how I'm doing this. So we're gonna go from like start to finish. From basically not creating these characters. I mean, we've created a couple, but not fully creating these characters, but revamping the characters and making them more palatable. And so, I mean, we're going to go through all the character sheets. We're going to go get to know the characters, all this kind of stuff. And see if we can't get a few strips up, syndicated, or trying to get it syndicated, send them out, those types of things. And we'll see where we go from there. So this is Milky. This is all the things that we're going to go through to recreating the logos and all the stuff that we did years ago when we were um, still learning. I mean, because I have some great jokes. I mean, some of this stuff is really good, but it needs to be um, set up because not everybody knows. See, the thing about a comic strip and the thing about characters is everything is silent. Okay, you're putting your spin on who that character is, how he talks, the emphasis on uh, 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 the words he's saying or she's saying or things like that. So it's kind of difficult, and I didn't know that when I was starting out because I wasn't a storyteller. I had no clue. I don't know how to do these types of things. So you have to learn this. It's progression. It's practice. It's um, so because there's not like a rule book on how to draw a comic strip. There wasn't at that point in time, and there was not the internet. So things were a little different. Now they're a little different again, but I still have some great jokes, and they just need a good setup. You know, some of these would work, but if you don't know how the character acts or who the character is, it's hard to get that um, emphasis and to make that joke really work. So we're going to take some of the old strips. This is an old strip here, and we are going to redo it. And I loved it too because this was the first time I was drawing a ship. I never drew like a pirate ship or anything like that. So it was kind of everything that I was doing here was all brand new. It was like nothing I ever did anything like this type of stuff before. I wasn't drawing comic strip. I wasn't, it just hit me one day. I was like, I I I, I can do that. So I was like, how difficult could it be? Yeah, there you go. That's the one thing. So anyway, uh, these are the strips. These are the strips I wanted to salvage. I didn't want to salvage the whole 200 some odd strips that I have. Um, so I wanted to take only the ones that I thought would work and work along the storyline that I'm working with. Because at one point in time, I didn't have a storyline. I just had some aliens who came down to Earth and started mingling. And it was like, well, where is this going? How did this happen? What? I mean, I always thought we could go back later and tell the story. But like I said, I have no clue how to tell a story. So how would I even know that we could go back later and tell the story and still make it make sense? But when you sit there and you start thinking about it and you start redoing it, revamping it, you learn things. You learn like posing. You watch things. You learn things. You see the type, the way the body falls, and all that kind of stuff. And I know it's only a comic and it should be whatever. But I mean, there's different nuances to make it more believable. You can make your comic strip a little bit more believable with just like a different pose, a different, expression, those types of things. Anyway, these are empty things, what you call it, templates. This is the comic strip that I was doing for Dusty Rider, that guy that you saw earlier. With this is one of the older ones. It's not that old, but it was old. This, I would say, it's probably around 2010, maybe 2012, something like that. So anyway, that's what we're gonna be doing. We're doing all the character sheets. Procreate crash. But let me just close some of this shit down here really quick. Damn, what the fuck do I have open? I got everything open. I was doing a lot of shit. Alright, here we go. Let's do this again. All right. So anyway, when we go back to Bluntz and Bongwater, it's the same thing. I've got comic strips in the works, old comic strips. Now this is one of the things that the reason why I was doing everything and revamping everything was because the comic strips that I had, I wasn't happy with the characters. I liked the way that some of them looked, but then the other one just didn't. It just didn't pan out. Didn't like the outfit. Didn't like nothing. And I was like, gotta change this. And we went from trying to find. This was one of the original characters here. And see, like right here. That's the original character of Horace and Jaime. And the reason that dog's chasing him and doing that is because he stuck a couple of joints in his butt. So anyway, I wasn't happy with Jaime. Wasn't happy with that dog either, but I eventually got happy with him. But you see that it didn't have what I needed. I wasn't happy with the characters. I wasn't happy with my skunks. I mean, it was like you could not. We'll play with that later. Couldn't tell them apart. They weren't separate characters. They were just, they looked alike. Maybe one was a different color than the other, off color. It didn't matter. It just didn't work. Anyway, I didn't like the way Jaime looked. I wanted to have the bandana, over his eyes kind of thing. But you realize when you do something like that, you cannot show expression. I didn't know that. I kind of did, but not really. I thought I could make it work. When you do this stuff, you think you're better than what you are. And you need that. You need to come in it with, with that passion, to where you think you're. Anyway, it just didn't work. I didn't see I couldn't do the expressions. And I was like, wow, I still can't make that work. I thought about putting eyebrows on it, and we did that. Didn't work. So it was like, well, why am I playing with this character? Just revamp him, turn him into something else. And then and then I started thinking, I was like, okay, you always got the tall, skinny guy and the kind of the short, round, portly guy, Abbott Costello, things like that, Jay, Silent Bob, all those honeymooners, Ralph and Ed, those types of things. So I was like, okay, let's go with that, but let's try to stay kind of somewhat current, because I wanted to put it back in the day, but that's going to date everything to that time period. And I don't know if I want to stay in that time period or stick in that time period. I want it to not be dated. But you figure it's going to be one of these days anyway, because, or it might even start dated to begin with, because I'm fucking old. I'm dated. So, I don't know. But I figured we'll go with that. We will go and get this comic strip a little bit more updated. And if it becomes dated, then I have no clue. But there's a lot of great stuff in it. There's a lot of good jokes, a lot of things, and I'm very critical of the work that I do. So I take my time. I don't like to be rushed. I want it to hit the way I need it to hit. At least that's how I look at it. Because this is, your vision, your type of thing. So I figured we'll go with it. We'll play with this because, like I said, I have a few that were already done. Wasn't happy with them. Wasn't happy with love the jokes. Love the jokes. I was still learning to color. I'm still learning to color, but that's beside the point. But I was in the early stages of learning to color. And my word balloons were different. I started using the computer for that type of stuff. And I mean, it worked out, but you don't know. It looks like I'm trying to cram too much in the space that I've got. So I'm really not too pleased. I mean, I was pleased with the jokes as I was doing them. I was pleased with the artwork as it was happening. But like anything, you go back and you go, wow, that could have been different. But why would I waste that and waste these jokes and this storyline by using the older characters? So instead, while we are revamping everything, because like I said, they went through changes. I've been revamping these guys for a while. And we're doing all the character sheets, and these are the skunks now. Well, at least we're trying to get to the skunks now. We had them where I thought at a certain point, but yet I still wasn't happy with them. Good. I was thinking the smaller skunk, because we're doing the same thing with the skunks. We have a smaller skunk and a bigger skunk. And that's the bigger skunk, and supposedly that's a smaller skunk, but you really can't tell much. And then I tried to change him here, right there, but wasn't happy with him either. And then we had the character sheets that we're going through here that we'll eventually get to. A couple strips that I'm working on. We did this on stream, and a few other things. This one here, a couple pinups, some stuff for the Rally Tunes page. Because we're in Denver, and we love Denver, and they love Denver, and we love the Broncos. So, anyway, and we do Rally Tunes. We do a Rally Tune. We used to do them once a week for 17 weeks, but we don't do that anymore. A lot of people are bummed, but I don't know what to tell you. It's just a lot of work, man. A lot of work. That's what I was doing for a few years and stuff before, while I was working on none of this. Just trying to figure out if I wanted to revamp them or not. Things like that. So here's some strips and some examples of some of the layouts of what I've got when it comes to some of the comic strips I'm working on. And see, this is the point. When I was doing this, I made an entire page, and then I made some as a comic strip. So now that when I'm revamping these or going back to, trying to retell the story, it is going to be a little difficult because I'm going to have a few of these thrown in. And then I will have a comic strip that. So it's like, it really makes no sense. But I cannot figure out a way to break these down into 5 panels or 4 panels, or you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of setup for just the 4 panels. So I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that. So Bluntz and Bongwater is gonna be a hodgepodge, a mess. And this one's great. This one's fantastic. Grandma's making Chinese dinner, so it's wonderful. And then this is one of the ones that I was going to, but like I said, I was in the middle of, it won't let me resize, but I was in the middle of redoing my fucking skunks. And that's the thing, is you get to a point where you're enjoying everything, and then something else bothers you. It's like, my skunks are bothering me, but my skunks have bothered me like Jaime's bothered me. Horace has been fine. If you look at Horace, the guy that's laying on the chair, look at that pose. I've had this pose for a few years now. Not this one that he's in, but a different one. He was always in a pose that was like wrong. It seemed kind of what is it? Static, I guess. Let me see if I can show it to you. I got it in here. Yeah, I think so. I think it's in here. Yeah, basically that's the pose there. Because this is kind of how this started out. And I used to look at that and try to change it and do all these other things, and I hated it. Just couldn't get what I wanted. And it looked real dead. Looked real dead. So I didn't like it. So I switched it up, and I figure that see, I was even trying to do it again, and then I started trying to change it here, redid another one there, and then we went, let me see where is that, yeah, no, not that, boom. And we did that a little bit better. I don't like that there. But anyway, that's kind of how that turned out. And his pose seems a little bit more real. And I'm much happier with it. So, that's where we stand. That should give you an idea of what we're doing. Everything that I'm doing from this point on. And now we'll try to get to doing some of the characters and the character sheets. Now, the thing is we don't have any names for the skunks. No name for the skunks at all. Zero. At one point in time, I wanted to call them Bluntz and Bongwater. But it just didn't make sense. I mean, it just didn't. I couldn't figure out a way or why they would be called Bluntz and Bongwater. Why can't the story be called Bluntz and Bongwater, just the name of it, and not have a meaning for it? You know when you pick up Bluntz and Bongwater, you're gonna be reading something about weed, and hopefully it's something funny. Those types of things. You know you're not picking up something serious. So what I'm trying to do, because like I said, at the one point in time when I was creating this, I had them called Bluntz and Bongwater. They were called Bluntz and Bongwater. I don't think that's how I want that anymore. You all are welcome to leave any kind of comment you want on that. If you want to try and help me figure this out. In like a name, but I'm not sure, like I said, what I want, or if I want to call them anything, to be honest with you. But basically, we're going to make this one the thinner one. But I wanted to put like a beard. At first, when I was doing this, I was making him look kind of like a real hippie, like a Tommy Chong type, but back in the day Tommy Chong type, which is like, you know, a bandana, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that'd be perfect. I'll make some hamburgers. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. That's what I'm saying. I say we do that. Might have some hamburgers. We're gonna have steak. This is our dinner plans for tonight. Steak or chicken. We can make chicken quesadillas. Each one of these I have to cook. So, or homemade hamburgers with, lettuce, tomato, purple onion, the works. I think I'm going with that. That sounds good. Either one I gotta make, so it doesn't really matter, but. Alright, now, what we're gonna do is see, I'm always looking to change something because, when you're not happy with the character that you got an idea of what you want in your head, but you really don't know how to put it down yet because you're still trying to figure it out. But anyway, I wanted to make him a hippie. Or real like hippie. Real kind of like Tommy Chong. The jean jacket, stuff like that. He's not going to wear a jean jacket, but I don't think. But, like that little headband. And here I am with the headband again. But to me, that's what I would look at as that, I guess. I mean, I know it's not the same. Stoners nowadays are not the same as stoners back in the day. Because they weren't stoners back in the day. But that doesn't matter. That's just the naming, the nomenclature, the it's just what we call things. Everything has to be something different now that it's here, but it's all the same thing. Everybody that smokes pot, everybody that smokes weed, everybody that smokes trees, green grass, all that shit. Reefer. It's all the same shit. Alright. So now what we're going to do is try to figure out his pose, how big he is. He's supposed to be smaller. So I'm assuming it should just be like a body like this. And he is not heavy at all. I mean, you want him to be kind of, oh, Jesus. Just get lettuce. If I streamline that a little bit, that should be okay. Because I need his head to be a lot smaller than the other guy's head. I mean, he's a skunk, but I want him to be kind of like, not really pissy, but more along the line of, I guess pissy. To where the bigger dude's the bumbling guy, always trying to help out, all this. This one's always getting annoyed with him, that type of stuff. You know, the Ralph Cramden fucking Ed Norton thing. The stuff that works on everything. Kevin James and his wife. No, I'm kidding. It was the whatever that show is. I don't even know what the hell that show is. What is that, UPS, dude? That type of stuff. Anyway, he was on. What was that last night? What the hell was I watching? Jimmy something. One of the Jimmys. One of the Jimmys. We're gonna have chips. I'm not making fries. Fuck that. I ain't making fries. That's just gonna take too long on top of my fucking burgers. Jimmy Kimmel. That's what I was watching. Kevin James was on Jimmy Kimmel last night. Watched Jimmy Kimmel, and then because I waited for Mammoth WVH, Wolfgang Van Halen's band. So I was waiting to hear that. I was hoping they were going to do the other song, but they did Distance, which was still good. Tore it up. It was cool to see. Another Van Halen. The thing that's going to suck is, there's no more Van Halen. And I was hoping to get something else, at least one more, but it's all right. Things happen. I'm just grateful to have them because I wanted to have more prints. That didn't happen either. Same thing. So, all my favorite groups and bands, they're expiring. The time on them is expiring. They're becoming classic and a part of history now. I like his head to be nice, and see, I wanted to put a mustache on him. I thought of that. I thought of putting a mustache, then I thought of putting a little beard, kind of like that kind of the little thin mustache, the little thin beard kind of thing, and then the little headband. He's gonna look like a little Asian dude, like Mr. Miyagi kind of thing, but that's not what I was kind of going for. I was more looking like the Tommy Chong thing. Well, Tommy Chong, Asian dude. So pretty much the same thing. Yeah. So I guess I don't know. I wasn't going there, but it was more of that hippie, not an Asian thing. Is where I was going with that, and I'm thinking it's gonna look more like Asian than it is hippie-ish. Because looking over here, like I said, I wanted to draw a little I'm erasing now, but I wanted it to be like little thin hairs, like this. But I didn't want him to look like a karate master. I wanted him to look like a hippie. Yeah, mine too. Mine too. I'm excited now. Everybody's excited for hamburgers tonight. My wife likes to try to figure out exactly what we're having before we open our eyes. And I'm not ready to figure that out. So we had three choices. Well, two choices: the chicken quesadillas or the ribeye steak for me and my daughter. Okay, either way, I have to make this. Not that I'm bitching. I'm just saying either way, I have to make this because my wife does cook steak. She cooks chicken, but she doesn't cook steak, and I don't want her to cook my steak anyway. And now she wants to carry a conversation with me. While I'm streaming. Anyway, so we had that chicken quesadillas, ribeye steak or chicken, but I don't want her to cook my steak, so I cook the steak, and I cook the chicken. But because I have to cook her chicken dead, it's got to be jerky, and I don't like my chicken that way. Plus, I don't like breast of chicken, so I eat the ribeye. And I like mine bleeding. So, that's what thanks for following. Dimachom? Or Dimacom? Mike. I don't know. Sorry if I totally butchered your name, bro. But I'm horrible at that. And I'm old, so you're going to have to give me a little bit of leeway on that. But no disrespect. Appreciate you. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you being here. Hope your Friday is wonderful and is going good. Mine's not bad. It's getting better. Like I said, we're having hamburgers. I'm making hamburgers. And I'm liking the way that face is. I like this look. It's kind of like a football. It's kind of oblong shaped. So I'm happy with that. I think. I don't know. To me, he just doesn't look pissed off enough or bitchy enough. Because I mean, he's gonna be a little like pain in the ass. I wouldn't want to hang out with him. I don't think he's gonna be that bad. But anyway, he's gonna be kind of like the dude that's like doesn't want to fuck around. You know? It's like the big one over here wants to fuck around. He really don't want to fuck around. He wants to just, let's do this. I ain't got all day to play around kind of thing. So he's going to be kind of bitchy. Right on. No, right on. Welcome, old guy. No, I'm kidding. Welcome to the old guy's channel. So anyway, we are trying to work on some character sheets for Bluntz and Bongwater, a comic strip that we are trying to create here. I mean, we've created it. I created it years ago. I just didn't do anything with it. I've always put it in the back burner because the characters that I created I didn't like, and they didn't go right with what I wanted. So I've always put them back and never really did too much with them. I did maybe like 20. I think I did 20 strips because I wanted to see if I could get this to a couple local newspapers and magazines, like weed magazines and stuff. But I wasn't, like I said, I was not happy. There's a lot of stuff I got going and I want to go with this. But I got to get the characters down. I mean, the stories are going to be great. I'm not worried about those. I'm more worried about having these guys look right and be able to sound right and stuff like that. So that's what we're doing here. And today, that's what we're going to work on. We're going to work on these two characters, the skunks, because I'm not happy with them yet. They've went through a couple changes, and they're not where I want them as of yet. Plus, I don't have any names for them either. Like I said earlier, I was calling them Bluntz and Bongwater, hence the name. But I decided against that after, 10 years of them being called that. But I don't really care. I wasn't dead set on that. I was just trying to make a reason why I validate the Bluntz and Bongwater title. Anyway, see how this guy looks. I don't like it. I didn't like the dreads. I didn't do the dreads right, or something. But to me, he looked like an old like Tommy Chong hippie, and I like that. But when I was drawing him, like I said, you start doing these things and you don't like it. You go so far and you're like, fuck, I didn't dig it. I wasn't enjoying this. It didn't read right. And I wanted it to be like a little song kind of thing that went with, what's his name? Sammy Davis Jr.'s Candyman. So, anyway, here's the character sheets. This is how that one now looks. And we changed him. He now he's bald. I got tired of the dreads. I got tired of the dreads. I needed some kind of old hippie that just didn't have dreads. So I gave him a sitar. I think that's it. No, it's not a sitar, but it's one of them little things. It might be a sitar. I think it's got too many. Yeah. Anyway, and it's painted like Eddie Van Halen's guitar. Oh, that's my Van Halen tribute. But yeah, they're singing the Candyman because he mixes it with Bud. It makes the world taste good. So anyway, that's the thing. So that's how that turned out. Anyway, so that was my like old hippie thing. So I kind of wanted to make my skunks like old hippies, but they just didn't turn out. See, that's how they were turning out here. But like I said, I didn't really groove on it. I mean, I'm good with my characters, Horace and Jaime. I'm just not good with the skunks now. I wasn't good with Jaime at first, but I figured it out. I finally got him down how I want him. Horace hasn't changed much since I created him, except now his eyes don't go under his cap. But, however, where was I at? I was down here. But anyway, that's how I wanted to make this one a little bit more Tommy Chongish, I guess. You think so? Well, I appreciate that. I was hoping so. I'm always trying to get them dialed in perfectly. I mean, you look at all these other things and you're going, geez, like the characters that they have in like Star Wars and stuff. When you're sitting there drawing them, or you're seeing them done, you're like, holy cow, this is perfect. You know, you've changed from the initial vision and kind of like updated it and made it the perfect one. And that's what I'm trying to do with every single one of these characters, even though I don't do so good at the beginning, because I don't really have a concrete picture in my head. I just have an idea. And then you just try to flesh out because there's a skunk. I mean, I even went as far as what was that, Looney Tunes. I mean, I went to Pepe Le Pew. I was like, man, that's a good skunk. Pepe Le Pew's a good skunk, and to me, that was the ultimate skunk. So I was like, let's go there. Let's see how he looks and see if I can take something from that, add it to my character, and make it go. But it didn't work. When I went and looked at Pepe, I was like, fuck, he's good for that. You know, he's perfect for that. It just didn't fit my thing. Just the tail and, the back end kind of thing was the only thing that I kind of, if you can say, took, just that flow of the tail. Like that here, but not really. I mean, I think his is a little thinner, but who knows? Only looked at it a couple times and tried to see if anything would work. You try to move things around, play with things to get them to try and, I guess, complete your vision. I guess you really don't have one. Because I really didn't have one. There you go. Now I don't know if that'll work or not, but we can play with his body now. And you want him to be lanky. I want him to be lanky anyway. And I don't want him to be too tall. Because I don't think skunks are too tall. I think they're kind of small like a cat. But I haven't researched too many skunks. I've seen some skunks outside, but, it's been a while. But see, I was thinking too, what if you make him like a scraggly tail? Because, first off, when I created this, I wanted the skunks to be kind of like a figment of the imagination. Now, I don't know if I'm still going to go with that or not. Horace and Jaime only saw them when they were really stoned. And then they would hang out with them and smoke weed with them and stuff. But then never see them, during the day kind of thing. Always just like during the night. And they would just like appear. And they'd hang out. And they became kind of like their pets, but not really their pets, because they just thought they appeared out of nowhere. And then the skunks would get like, free weed and stuff and come and party and hang out. But then, I don't know. I didn't have anything after that. It was kind of, I'm trying to make his foot like a human foot. Pretty funny. See, I don't know. I'm not happy with that still. I don't know. Do you think so? I'm just got to play with his face a little bit more because his head looks a little large. And I think it needs to be a little... That's horrible. But I mean, like I said, we can play with it more. But yeah, the tail was looking alright. Because he's going to be kind of pissy. He's going to be just a little pissy fucking squirrel. Which is cool. I like little pissy squirrels. We have a squirrel that comes to our window. Every time I open the window in the living room, it sits in the window like this. And looks for peanuts. So then I gotta go and take him peanuts. Comes straight to the fucking window. And this is not a squirrel, this is a skunk. So imagine if a fucking skunk came to the window. Looking for weed. If I let him in, would you let in a skunk that was looking for weed? Would you let him in? wouldn't. All right, I'm kind of liking the body, the you know the little thinness of that. I mean, that's pretty good. Let's see if I can. There we go. Yeah, he doesn't need big old thighs or anything like that. He can just use those little tiny little spindly legs. I have to make those a little bit bigger because we got little three poses and then the little face to give me an idea of what shapes I'm using, even though his ears wrong. There. But anyway, I don't think I'm going to use the mustache and the beard. I don't know. What do you think? I don't think I'm getting the look off that. I mean, even though that head shape is wrong. And we'll get him some like goofy eyebrows kind of to keep him always looking kind of pissy. See, because if we did that here, his face would go. Like that. Right around this area. And I don't think I like the mustache and the beard. Just not grooving on that. Just not grooving on that. I want to make some big ass glasses on him. You know, like some cool ass hippie glasses. And give him that 70s kind of look. And give him, you know, stuff like that. But I didn't want that to keep his look. I wanted it to be more like he was in costume, you know. So, kind of weird. We'll go back. I'm going to erase this. telling you, I'm loving this table. This table is absolutely perfect. It puts everything at the right height. I can adjust it to the right height, so it doesn't really put it there, but it was exactly everything that I was looking for when I purchased this thing yesterday. I was like, oh my gosh, it fits my iPad perfectly. And then all my stuff is plugged in under here, so I mean it's working out great. I am so pleased. I no longer have to rest it on top of my Cintiq. So that made worlds of I'll put that here. Worlds of difference. That's what that was trying to say. Made a world of difference with the way I work now. All right. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, we get to play with that a little bit more. See, when you look at stuff from a distance and not, right up on top of it, you can kind of figure out a different pose for it. You kind of get it in the right area. I never used to do like little thumbnails. Sometimes, I'll still catch myself going back to doing stuff like I used to, drawing and things without the thumbnails, without a little bit of an idea, just a blank sheet of paper and just start laying everything in without thinking about it. So I catch myself doing that sometimes, not all the time, but I mean, it's never used to do thumbnails, but they're very, very helpful, very helpful to try and figure out how to do that for composition and layout of your character. I was there we go. Yeah, we're gonna have to let that sit for a bit because I do not know if I'm happy with that at all. I don't know. Try with shorter beard like the goat one. These eyes are too fucking big here, to be honest with you. But we'll worry about that later. Because I'm not really happy with his head yet. But what we're gonna do is lower the opacity and try to dial in something that I could be happy with. Because to me, he looks like a praying mantis over here. Got like a praying mantis head. Maybe it's just the shape of the neck. I don't think so. No. Still look like a fucking praying mantis. I don't know. We got all day. We got all day. Try and figure this out. All right. There we go. There we go. There's that. I have no clue. Let's go over here. That's got to be the layer, the ink layer, right? See it over here. That is figured maybe I better do it here to see if they go together instead of doing them separately. I can see if what I'm looking for works. Look at that. I don't know. I don't know. I think I like that. I think I like that. We're going to have to play with his body a little bit and the rest of this because that shit. See how different this was from the last pass. Yeah, there we go. There we go. What do you think? Let's see. They kind of go together, right? I think they do. I think they do. I think it's much better. I think that's the type of attitude I'm looking for. Yeah, go here with that though. I think that's pretty good. Now we'll try to fix this over here. And that should be able to give me a rough idea of what I want. Because, I mean, size comparison or how I want them. Small, large. One looks like he likes to eat, which is a good thing because that would be my favorite. And then the other one kind of looks like he's always pissed off. Let's hope I can convey that type of attitude. And then we'll just dial them in. But that right there, my friends, is what I'm looking for, I think. Kind of one Winnie the Pooh-ish looking freaking skunk, and the other one. All right. So because we got the body over here, the body shape right where you're looking for the bigger one. But I don't know if we're going with that still. It was this guy's body shape, the one underneath. But to be honest with you, I think we did a better skunk than the one on the bottom, the one in the red below it, because it's the same character here as the one below, and the one next to it here, the one in blue, right below that is what I was trying to get. With the blue guy, that kind of look right here with this one, with this guy. So I tried to make his head a little bit more elongated, but like I said, it just did. See, I don't think that. See, if I made this smaller back here, like his head, and then made this part huge, I think it's going to give me that same look. I think it's going to give me a dopier look. So anyway, so that's why I went and tried to change it, because I wasn't happy with him. And I think I'm getting better at being happy with him. Maybe, or closer anyway. Get that there, boom, we'll just fix that because the arm has to come in here, but we'll worry about that later. I need to worry about him and his look first. So we're going to do... Let's try to get him dialed in here. If I put... See, it all depends on where I put this second ball on where everything is going to go. What do you think? Not bad, right? Not bad. It's all right. I think I'm good with that. I think I'm good with that. I mean, it's getting better. Yeah, I'm good with that. I do like the way that face looks. I mean, there's a lot of things I can do with that. Fix that eye first. Mm-hmm. All right. Give me a couple seconds. I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. We are back. Just taking a little smoke break. Perfect. See how much that charged right on? We are good to go. Now we're going to erase his head because we don't need that anymore. We're going to try to draw it on the other angle. See, Sid will be pretty good at drawing his head. All right, let's slowly. There we go. Little chipmunky, but I would assume they got these little buck teeth, right? I don't know, I've never been bit by a squirrel. I mean, a skunk. And I'm confusing them with squirrels. So that's going to tell you something. It's going to tell you how this might go. It's all about smoking weed. See, and the thing about keeping this and not getting it dated is I want them to be able to play video games and all that other kind of stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? And then if you date them too far back, there's no video games. So if I make cell phones and video games and everything else relevant in this strip, it might stay current to an extent. I mean, eventually it's still going to date itself because the technology is going to be different than the technology that they have. But I don't know if I wanted it to be so far set to where we have joysticks like this. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. I don't know if I want that. I want joysticks that aren't joysticks. They're game pads. You know how long it took me to call them things like that? You know, game controller, game pad, game, all that kind of stuff. Forever. And they're little joysticks here. You know, they're little. I'm telling you. I called everything a joystick. Oh, hand me that joystick. It's not a joystick, Dad. That's what they tell me all the time. All right. Anyway, I think I'm good with his kind of look. I think, kind of. I mean, that's kind of cool. All right, we're gonna go here. We're gonna make him a little bit bigger, so that way he move him up here. Because this is gonna be the main picture here. So we're also going to play with that, and we're going to make that a little bit larger as well. We're going to go here, make this a little bit larger, bring it down to about there. And this one we're going to completely erase because we don't need that shit. So we don't need this one. This one is complete junk. The other ones are going to work that way. I think I am good with kind of his head. I've already drawn it a few times. We're going to fix it over here. This one. Just a little bit in his body, a little, but I think I'm good with that. Let me see. We'll go here. Oops. Oh, fuck it. Bring him down about there. Because then I can put a couple word balloons in there. I might have to adjust a couple things, and then we'll put I mean, so far that's pretty easy. And I think I nailed that look almost pretty much every time now. I can change the expressions and do things. But that I have the initial setup, the the original outline, the outline of who it is, so I can pretty much nail that every time. We're just going to play with the eyes a little bit. We're going to play with the eyes a little bit because I'm not sure if I'm happy with how they're turning out over here. I think they're too big. I don't know. So we're going to need to play with that. But the overall shape is exactly what I'm looking for. I think the overall shape of whatever that skunk is, skunk number 1. We'll go with skunk number 1 because he's the aggressive one. And skunk number 2. And if you would have looked at it how I created this, that would originally be Bluntz. And this would be Bongwater. And the reason why is because this is what you'd spill. So, there you go. But I think I'm happy with that. I think I'm very happy with the overall look. Now, if I can just get the squinty, I want it maybe squinty eyes. I mean, he's gonna have, stoned eyes anyway, but those aren't squinty. Those are stoned eyes. So yeah, it looks kind of stoned. So there. All right, what if I did this? I think I like that much better. What if I did this? All right, bear with me here. I could have kept that on the layer and then just, but why? Why? I think that's going to be too much skunk-like. I mean, too much squirrel-like, to be honest with you. But we'll figure it out. So I said, just bear with me for a second. I got to think this one through. Because I got an idea, but I don't think it's going to... And I got it while I was drawing this one right here. I think I just might do that though. 'Cause I like the way that looks. I mean, that does have a squirrel-like look. Ah, this was one thing that I was going to do. One thing that I was going to do was wanted to make his feet really somewhat large, but still really thin fucking legs. That was the idea behind that. It worked, but I'm just thinking I just changed the goddamn character. From his initial. What if I did something like that? What if I did like. Alright, alright, this is serious. What if I did the squirrel? Because size ratio, the male people are already here. Jeez. It's perfect because of the way it plays off each other. Um, but what if, like in that Pepe Le Pew, the cat got painted, had a stripe down its, the female cat. And then Pepe Le Pew was attracted to it thinking it was another skunk. What if it's just a squirrel? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like a black squirrel that happened to be painted on. So they think it's a skunk. And they have two skunks. But the only skunk that knows that that's a squirrel is the other skunk, the big skunk. You see what I'm saying? And they've been like hoboing together. They've been living on the streets, bro. They've been living on the streets. And now they ran into Horace and Jaime. And that's how they get in through like the basement window. Because I had a basement window that my friends used to come through. And then I had a back door too, but that led to the basement. But I don't know why they'd come through the window, but they came through the window. They'd come to the window, knock on the fucking window. You open the window up and they crawl in. So that's what I was thinking, something along the line of that. As they just stumbled across the thing. See, and that's part of a storyline that I didn't even have before. I didn't even know where these people came, or the skunks came from. But why couldn't they be hobos? All right, got an idea. And I don't mean hobo or anything like that in a derogatory, mean, whatever kind of way. Everybody's oversensitive now. You can't even use the same terms you used to use for things. So you have to really rethink and really start thinking about how you speak, which is completely just, I mean, I should just turn the mic off now. But anyway, but I'm going to look at it this way. I'm creative. You have to think of these things. You have to. Everything is not off limits. Everything is fair game, because you can't stifle your creativity, and doing so and putting reins on things stifles a lot of stuff. So that's how I look at those types of things. So if I say something that offends anybody, I apologize now, because it just might happen. But I'm not, you know, somebody that wants to offend people and do all that kind of stuff. I'm just a creative person that, has to be free with their thoughts and ideas and things. Doesn't mean I'm going to use them or anything like that, or doesn't mean I subscribe to that idea, theory, whatever. It's just that I have to be able to be open to everything. Okay, so rant over. I make them hobos. And what if I keep them Bluntz and Bongwater? What if I keep the two skunks Bluntz and Bongwater, like I had them? And they stumble across the thing, and we start with the comic strip around these guys, but they're not the main focus. This is the thing. The main focus is Horace and Jaime and all of that, because that's almost semi-autobiographical, except for the tons of weed part, and some of the stuff is semi-autobiographical, kind of. So keeping it at that, those weren't the main focus, the main characters. But let me go back to them, so that way we can talk about them. So now they become the focal point at the beginning, and that's hence the Bluntz and Bongwater. But then you're gonna walk into Horace and Jaime, and it's going to be that. So out of the beginning, out of the first few strips, it's going to be Bluntz and Bongwater. Just tell me what you think. Until they stumble across Horace and Jaime. Then they meet them or integrate into that, and it becomes Horace and Jaime with Bluntz and Bongwater on the side. And then sometimes you have, like, okay, when I used to read the Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers, I've got a couple comics over there. They had the cat doing things, or they had, so I would read like Little Lulu or other ones, and they would have little stories in between, to where the Bluntz and Bongwater characters had their own little thing, and you wouldn't see Horace and Jaime at all. And then together you'd have the strip with Horace and Jaime and Bluntz and Bongwater, which is how I kind of want this to run. And then sometimes you won't even see Bluntz and Bongwater, you just have Horace and Jaime in the strip. To me, that reminds me of some of the old school comics that I used to read, and the ones that I still would read right now, today. I mean, it's something that I think, I don't know if it'll work, but I still think Happy Meals would work. I still think if McDonald's would bring back, okay, here we go on this rant again, the apple pies, the regular fucking apple pies, and just quit trying to be so fucking health conscious with a stupid fucking pie, but yet you're going to give me a hamburger that lasts 6 months in my stomach and it still looks the same. And you can't give me that fucking burning hot apple pie, the one that fucking gives you 3rd-degree burns when you take your first bite. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not here to sue McDonald's. I'm here to take that 3rd-degree burn. I know what it is because I had it most of my life. But I don't go there for healthy snacks. I go there for dirty stuff. It's a porno movie of food. Anyway. I don't always understand this change. I agree with change, don't get me wrong. I embrace change. I embrace technology. I embrace all this shit. I went from fucking paper, from back in the day, from chiseling my comic strips to paper. Now I'm over here in this digital world where I don't even have a pencil. Oh, I lied. I've got a cup full, but they're not sharp. I've got no way to sharpen them. I do if I go downstairs, dig out all my art supplies out of a big ass box and all my paper, but I don't have any of that up here. I have it all downstairs. So I embrace change. I'm all for change, but certain things need to stay consistent. Certain things need to stay the same. You grow up on that stuff. You take pride in that. You develop a love for it. It's not something that needs to go away. It's just something that needs to be added to. I mean, if you're going to do something, why would you take away the core? The core. Why would you pull out the core and give me the outside layer? I started here at the beginning, at the core of things. I had the animal crackers in the motherfucking Happy Meal. Then you take them out and start adding orange and apple and orange juice, apple slices. I mean, dude, where's my high C orange? You see, I mean, you take something and you, just because it's not like mainstream popular, and you take it away. Oh, we don't need this anymore. We don't need Ronald McDonald because everybody's afraid of clowns now. I ain't afraid of motherfucking clowns. I have never been afraid of a fucking clown. Some are kind of freaky. There's some on this channel that's even freaky. That look like they might eat you. But for real. So, anyway. I mean, it's not a John Wayne Gacy thing. It's a motherfucking Happy Meal. It's Ronald motherfucking McDonald. It's Grimace. It's Hamburglar. It's fucking Mayor McCheese. It's fucking the Big Mac. It's fucking, I mean, come on. And then there was a fish guy, but I can't remember his name. Hook, something like that. Something fish guy. It's the only one I can't remember. And the little bird, but that came when my daughter was a kid. The little girl bird. And I even accepted her. It was good. I didn't mind. You're bringing in more characters into my McDonald land. I'm cool with that. Updated a little bit, but still, you keep Big Mac as the cop. You know what I'm saying? He's a cop of McDonald Land. There's no McDonald Land. McDonald Land is gone. Who ordered this shit? It's sad. There's no magic anymore. And I want a little bit of magic. I want a little magic, and I'm sure everybody that creates shit wants the same shit. So we all want that same stuff, that same magic. So what I'm thinking is I might go that direction with this. I might go with them starting out the strip and then going directly into them meeting, because then you get introduced to everybody. You know, I can have them sitting there walking up to the window or walking up and kind of like eyeballing them for a couple days. And then once they get really fucking tore up, because I've got a strip that they're all laying like this. It's where they're like, man, I'm motivated now. They're both sitting on the couch smoking a bong, and they're talking about how they're pumped and ready to go, and it's gonna be a good day. Everything is fucking great. Just a couple more hits and we're out, and then they're sleeping. So that's the perfect time to drop in my skunks. But the thing is, they don't happen to be skunks. One of them's a skunk. The other one's kind of like a squirrel. They lived out in the alley. And they just saw these dudes get home or something and follow them. I don't know. I haven't figured that one out yet. But I just came up with that 2 seconds ago. You saw that. But what do you think? I'm thinking I'm good. I'm thinking I like that. I'm thinking that's pretty good. And then I just keep their names Bluntz and Bongwater. We'll just go with that way. Because they smoke a lot of weed. Maybe they lived in the back of the dispensary, in the alley. Maybe they talk to the dispensary guy that throws the trash. Says, man, and then they get, and they're buddies with them or shit. I don't know. That shit could happen. But I like that idea. I think I like that. I do like that. I think that might be a really good. So instead of trying to make his ears anything, I'll try to make him look more like a squirrel. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm going with that. I like that idea. But a squirrel's feet are a little bit more sharper, I think. But I think we can go with that. I like that. And then we got little stone squirrel and a stone skunk. See, and that's the thing, is the squirrel is in charge of the skunk. That's like the you got a buddy. One's always kind of like the lead, You know, isn't that how it is? And the other one falls kind of back, and or they both even. I don't know. One's more obnoxious than the other. That type of thing. I think. So he would be kind of like, I don't know if it was like um, like the one you'd listen to. It's like the boss. Yeah, we'll go there. That kind of stuff. I don't know what you'd call it. I don't know if you'd call it boss or I don't know really a boss because you don't have really a boss. Just the one that's more obnoxious. Because I used to have a friend that was way more obnoxious than I was. Not that I sat in the back in the woodwork or anything, but I just wasn't. You just sitting going, shaking your head, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so, and you think a squirrel has a little tummy. That's so cool. I cannot believe that is exactly what I wanted. Because I had them in an alley anyway, but I didn't have an idea of why they're there. You know, I just figured that's where animals are and go. They go to alleys to drink and smoke weed and eat stuff because there's always trash cans back there, so you can, you know, kick back in the alley by the trash can. See, that's another thing. I gotta put a trash can right here in the back. See, and then they're hanging out, sitting there by the trash can. And you know shit's in here. With flies and shit spinning around. All that. Food. Fucking TVs and shit. And then I'm sitting back here with a bottle in a bag. Drinking some booze. Eating KFC. Kind of like that. What do you think? Is that all right? Sounds all right. Good. Right. I'm thinking it's good. I'm thinking I'm digging it. this way a little bit further back with the trash can. Take that out so nobody confuses that with being anything. So we're going to drop that down more. Maybe. Let's try that. We're going to grab this. That's not bad. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start moving some of these things around so I have a little bit more room. So I am going to grab that. Move it down a little bit more. Make it a little bigger. Same thing with this one. Oops. We're going to take this, go boom. I think we're going to do that. That is perfect. Absolutely love that. That is absolutely exactly what I'm looking for. All right. That that is perfect. All right. Very good. Very good. I'm actually really happy. Really happy with the direction it's going, what I'm doing, and how different it turned. The cat's trying to get in. But we're not going to let her in because we let her in 5 minutes ago. And, well, not 5 minutes ago, but we let her in the last time, closed the door, and then she wanted out. I ain't doing that again. She can stay out. I got shit to do. All right, now let's see if, oops, let me get out of here really quick. And this was okay. Okay, we just gotta fix the body a little bit. So we're gonna go in here and tweak that a little bit, and then we'll come and fix this one. We'll get it to where it's about there, and then we'll be able to tighten all three of those up. But this is the one we need to work on because this is the one that... But I dig that. I dig that I'm thinking I'm going to keep him a squirrel. I'm going to change a few things a little bit. Excuse me. Over here, just on the side, I'm keeping that. I like the hobo-y thing, so what I'm going to do is we're going to play with this one now. And we're going to just play with that. We are going to start a new layer. We're going to drop that one completely out. We're not going to mess with that one anymore. We are done. There's nothing there that we want to keep, nothing at all. And then what we're going to do here is lower the opacity. We'll start with this. And we will start tearing that up. But first, it's time to take a smoke break. Be right back. All right. We're back. And I've got to finish some stuff in there too. Give me a second. I need to change this. Let's see if I can edit it. I don't think I can. Nope. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that off. I'm going to change this. I'm going to add text to this. Before I forget, I have to do this, so give me a sec. You were not coming in here, Moochie. You were not. Alright, so what we're going to do is this is the one we're going to work on now. Change this back to blue. And then we are trying to come up with a pose. We want to make sure that he is still staying somewhat true to his thing. Need Let's see if his foot will go in. Let's boom and then Alright, we're just trying to get the pose and the size down, so we're going to go here with that. Alright, this is what we're going to do here. I like this pose. It's going to be kind of like showing you that he's kind of, you know, looking for a place to go, carrying everything on his back. Not that he's got much to carry, but a whole bunch of nuts. Alright, so anyway. We'll just do that for a second till we got that pose down. Kind of good with that. Still want to play with that tail a bit because I am unsure of the movement on that one. Alright. Excuse me. And now we need to fix these poses here because they're absolutely horrible. But that's okay because they were just there for just to get an idea of how I was doing the character, and you can see it's still somewhat the same. Somewhat. There we go. It's not going to be the same pose that he's going to have, but what if I did something like this, like a big ass giant 6-footer? But it's not. It's only like a 3-foot. Because he's a squirrel. Who knew he was going to be a squirrel? That is just the coolest thing. I didn't even know that I was going to change him into a squirrel. But they're going to be best buds. Best buds. See, I like that. I like that. I kind of like his look, everything. This is gonna be good. That's perfect. That is perfect. Very easy, right? Should I take this off? Even happier with that. even happier with that. The only problem is I don't like where that tail drops, man. The fudge. I am happy with that completely. I think they both complement each other now, but I need to fix that because that's now different. Love that. Love that. So we're going to update those. Damn. That's got a real that's got a real fucking mouse Looney Tunes look. That's got a real Looney Tunes look. Like that little fucking mouse. Like the mouse on one of the Looney Tune characters. Just that face, not that other face or the other one, but this one here. Just that face. But I am really fucking cool with that. Really cool with that. I think I need to do something right here. That is awesome. That is awesome. Love it, love it. Gonna make that a little smaller down here because that is just way too fucking wide. But that's alright. See that? That is way better than anything I have here. And I am so completely happy with that. That is so awesome. Be right back. Just a sec. All right. That is good. I like that. I like that. I don't know if I want that yet. We're gonna try to figure out this facial feature really quick since we changed him up a little. Yeah, I'm digging it. I'm digging it, boy. Don't like the way it sounds every time I hit that fucking thing, though. The fuck is that? Alright, let's see. we're going to erase this here. Kind of redraw that sucker in. All right, there you go. That's what to fix on that. Bang, bang. And we're going to just take this off. Oh, yeah. I think we got him. I think we got him. That is awesome. I'm happy with that. I'm happy. I'm happy. You guys happy? I'm happy. And those who want to watch this later, I hope you're happy. At least you got some kind of finish. Boy, we actually created a character. We actually, even though we created this character, but we actually fixed him on stream. We actually did something, boy. Look at that. And now we're just going to just slowly tighten him up. And we created a outline for this character and the other character. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that came out really nice out of today. So, I'm very happy. And I'm very proud of myself today. So I can't say that too often. Yeah. But hey, today's a good day. It's okay to be proud of yourself. Wasn't a waste of a day. There's been many days that I've sat here that, boy, just wasted the day. All I did was change my studio around. And then try to justify why I didn't do anything that day. That's all right. You can't always yeah, pick the days you're going to be able to do stuff. Or, I guess, be inspired. Because I used to take inspiration, or when people would say, "What inspires you?" I would take it differently. I would take it as what or who. Um, like, who was my inspiration? Well, nothing, because nothing really inspired what I was doing. It's like, no, I don't think it works that way. It doesn't have to be a thing. And I, for so long, thought it had to be a thing of inspiration or to get inspired. But it also comes with um, uh, this process, creating that character, finding the right thing that you need. Now you're inspired. You know, you're inspired to go and say, hey, let us look at see, and all we got to do is play with those. But we've got the right look. We just got to find the right poses for each one of the things, dial in the proper proportions, because that's all it is now, is being able to draw the proper proportions. But to get that rawness out of um, that character, you know, it's, I don't know if it's these two first drawings are still trying to get to this last drawing. And then the joke kind of inspired kind of the look of the character. So that's kind of sweet. So there's your inspiration. See what I'm saying? You see, it doesn't have to be a thing. It doesn't, or a person. You don't have to look at a picture to be inspired. And I always thought that that's what you had to do. I was like, oh yeah, my inspiration is nothing, because I don't look at anything. I just sit here. I look at a blank fucking page. And it's like, and I think of what I'm going to draw, or what is going on with, the story that I'm thinking about doing, or so it's not like I'm drawing other characters or things like that. I do that, but I mean, it's not like that's what's giving me inspiration for this stuff. So that's why I said inspiration comes in many ways, in different forms, and I always thought it only came in, a couple ways. I didn't know it came in the form of, how I just showed you, creating this character from this kind of thing, and then coming up with something that, is already starting to take shape, and you're going, fuck yeah. I'm inspired to see how this turns out. So. So I want to make sure that all the proportions are right throughout, the drawing. drawings. Because there's times you'll go, well, you know, the eyes aren't as big as the eyes in the other drawings. So I want to make sure everything's right. Plus, I still got to play with these guys. So I mean, we're not done, but I mean, yeah, the concept of the character, you can already see it coming together. It's just gonna take a little bit. Then we'll dial it in. All right, now. Let's try this. We're just going to erase the head. I'm going to try to keep somewhat of the body for right now. I don't want to go down to another layer yet. I want to at least get most of this fleshed in before I go to, you know, the final pencil layer or whatever from this point. I want to make sure all of my pencils are somewhat tight before I go into the final pencil stage. I try to work everything like I do on paper to an extent. But I try to make my drawing experience similar to that. Yes, I can do different things with this that I can't do with paper, unless I have like a light board or something like that to mimic layers, but that's not how I draw. I've never drawn like that, and I have never been able to figure that out, but I never used to draw with, you know, shapes and other things either, so I figured that shit out, so, you know, I could figure that, but it's just, and I never drew digitally before either, and I figured that out, even though it took fucking forever, and I'm still trying to figure it out. But we're doing much better. Figure by the time I'm 80, I should have it figured out. Alright, so anyway, that's just where I'm playing with the thing. I don't even know what I'm playing there. I wanted to put kind of the head. I just don't know where I'm going to put it, but we'll put this here. Start with the nose, and then the center line for like where the eyes go. See, you can figure that out. It's already taken shape, so that's pretty good. You can already see where I'm trying to go, even though I don't know where I'm going yet. Still fleshing it out. That was a lot of work just to come up with those little lines there, boy. Tell you, but whatever. It has to be done like that. But I dig it. But I dig it. We'll fix that motherfucker right there. Into that. Yeah, boy. Let me know if you're cool with that. I'm cool with that. want to change this a little bit, but I'm not sure. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, that's probably about the right size for the nose. We're going to go here with this a little bit more. Because we're going to go like that. Let's just take that completely out of the game. Let us go here and try to reshape that head. Based on where everything is at. Okay. I'm gonna go here with that. Kind of like that. Gives it the same shape. And we'll just put like a shoulder here. And I think that is a good wait, I have to bring that over more like this. Pull that out a little bit more, make it a little more rounder. Yeah, and I like that. I really do. I like the way that is. I like how he came out. And I'm glad he's a squirrel. That looks like a skunk. That is so cool. I am so good with that. Is awesome. Look at that. Boom. That's good. I like that. And we will go. I think they have like little. I need to go and see how their feet look now. I can't remember. I think I got little claws, man. Because I know their hands are a little weird. That is just awesome. All right, now what we're going to do is he's too scrawny here, but that's a different type of scrawny that I'm not looking for. I'm looking for his, I need him scrawny, but his shape over here. Say, because this right here is thin. He's not, doesn't have that much length, I guess, to him. And I think I need to make his head bigger. See, and now it'll help shape this much better. Now that I've got the look down. Like that. Sorry, I was fucking around. All right, I gotta go make lunch real quick. Gotta go make lunch. Give me just a bit. I will be back with whatever I'm eating. So, in just a bit, like 5 minutes. And I'll leave the camera on here and go grab my food. Check it out. Got water. And a peanut butter and a jelly sandwich. I just gotta time myself over for a little bit because I'll be making hamburgers later when the wife gets home. And shit. So for now, that's what I got. That is so cool. Now I get to replace him in everything that I'm doing over here. Alright, y'all might think I eat like a 4-year-old. But I'm telling you, peanut butter and jelly sandwich, man, boy. That's gonna be fun fixing those. That's gonna be fun. Because now I can go directly to another layer. Here, and fix them everywhere. I can go there, I can drop that. And just start from kind of like scratch. Because he's not even shaped that way. And that's the thing. That's the thing. Look at how much has changed. If you sat here and watched the whole entire thing, I don't know, 4 hours that I've been streaming, but if you watch that, you'll see we made progress. And he's changed. This guy right here has changed a lot. And I'm telling you, dead. That is what this character. I mean, that's as much life as I could get into that thing. And I was just settling because I thought that was it. So then when I started changing stuff up, I'm going, man, I'm changing these characters. I mean, the essence is there, because there he is behind him. But Where's it at? There it is. I mean, that was the original post or drawing. You can see it's in pencil. That's exactly how he was having them, and I've already switched them. To me, that was a dead picture, but that's where I was at the time. So, but now they've turned a little different. They've changed. Subtle changes, but they changed. The only thing that I wasn't happy with were the skunks and the squirrel. Now I am. I'm completely happy with it. I'm completely happy with the whole changes I made to the storyline and everything. So, I'm excited. I'm excited. Sorry, I'm eating in your ear. Sure. Got all these drinks up here. Got like 6 drinks. I'm telling you, this table came in perfect. I absolutely love it. It is making a wonderful addition to this stuff in here. And it's not too cramped either. I mean, I could go out a little bit more if I wanted to. I don't know, I might, just to give me a little bit more room back here. But I should be pretty good. I mean, I like it. Wait, do you see what we do here real quick? I want to update it now that I'm excited really fast, just so I see what they look like together with the whole grain, with the whole group, with the whole gang. All right. So hopefully we can work on some of this tomorrow too. Because I'm not sure if I'll be streaming on Sunday or not. Probably not, because I got a lot of stuff to do. Because we're getting a whole new plumbing system. installed next week. So they're doing everything. Brand new main line all the way. And redoing all the plumbing in the house. So I won't be having any time because I got to clean out the entire basement at that area. And go in and they got to do all this stuff. So it's definitely going to be some shit. They're going to be here at 7 in the morning on the 19th. They're going to be here all day. That'll be one miserable fucking day. But I don't have to worry about that again. Not that we had to now, but this is like a perfect time for everything. So we did all that. So that's going to put me back from streaming an extra day or something. If I wanted to. But we always have today. And tomorrow. All right. Now that we got food, my wife will be happy that I ate and I didn't forget. It's kind of, to me, I think it's kind of got a little Mickey Mouse look to it, maybe. There we go. Boom, boom. Yeah, looks just like Mickey. Holy shit. I'm fucking copying the fucking main character. Oh. Who the hell knew that's what I was doing? Oh my god. There. That's pretty good. I like it. That's just an outline, but it's not, I mean, it's not the main picture. We still got to flesh things out. But pretty much the gist of it. Boy. That's what I'm talking about, boy. Making some pizza. I'm wanting some pizza too. I've been wanting some pizza. You ever draw stuff and then you want to eat it? Not your drawing, but the food that you're drawing. Alright, look at this, boy. There it is, my newest character. Even though it's not a new character, but it is. And you know what's even more funny is I got to reduce him down and make him smaller because he's way too freaking big. Probably around that size there. That's funny because there he is over the top of him. Which one? Which one is better? Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I'm so happy with him. But I'm not sure how his feet go, so I've gotta. I thought they had little claws. But we'll go do some research in a bit. Absolutely love it. And we're going to start from scratch with the skunks now. Since we have a look. I'm so happy. Can you tell? Because I'm replacing everything right away. I'm not happy. Alright, so now we're just gonna add a layer because Jesus, we're gonna have to delete all these freaking layers. We're going to add a new layer. We are going to lower the opacity on this one because we took off that layer, but I need to lower the opacity on this layer. So that way I can work on this layer. So now we'll work on the skunks. And he's actually a lot smaller than what I'm making him. So we're going to go here with him. He is standing, so we'll give him that. I just don't want to make too much of that arm because he awesome. Absolutely wonderful. That is perfect. I like that look. I like the whole thing. To where it's like, hey man, you gonna like that shit or what? Excuse me. Sorry. Had to listen to some tunes and take a little smoke break. But we're trying to get these dialed in. I wanted to do a couple more since I have the ability to do it. See, now there's the difference. Look at that, boy. All right. This is what we're going to do. We're going to clean this shit up really quick. Really quick. Really fast. I'm just going to take all that off of there because we're going to redo this whole entire thing. I don't know about redoing the whole entire thing, but just the skunk parts. Just the skunky parts. So we're going to drop the opacity on those. I'm going all the way about there. We'll just keep those inks on, but we're not going to use that layer. We're going to make a new layer. Boom, that's where the skunks are going to be. We're going to blue pencil that. I don't know where that shit came from. Is that inks? Oh, yeah, that's part of the ink. Well, we're just going to erase that because we don't need that. Alright. Now what we're going to do, erase a little bit of that as well because we don't need that. And like I said, the skunks are different. We're going to keep the van because I liked that. That was kind of like the little promo poster. But like I said, once I got to doing the skunks, I was like, yep, I don't want to do those guys. I can't figure them out. So now, this is what's going to be really freaking weird. Is making sure I'm on the right layer. Nope, see? New, wrong layer. Okay, I think we got it all cleaned up. Now we're on the right layer. Let's lock that layer for a second so that way we don't go down there and fuck any shit up. Not like we do, but just... Alright. Now, let us start with this guy first. Who we have named Bongwater. Oh, thanks. Thanks, bro. How you doing? What's been happening? Guess I better move the chat over here so I can see it. There we go. What is up? All right, so now that we got this dialed in, and we're gonna put the tail here. All right. I had to take a second to listen to some tunes, my smoke break to listen to some tunes. Alright, so I'm going to go here like that. But now I have to make the squirrel smaller. All right, there we go. Doing all right. Thanks, Howard. I'm doing good. Oh, are you? Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, I was talking about inspiration and stuff, and I was like, I didn't understand what inspiration was until you're sitting in front of that blank page and you're coming up with something like I created this character. It's but we redid it on stream today, and we also whatever um, changed it, revamped it. Revamped it. That's what it was. Now let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where this is going. I think it's going to go there. Because that gives me, it looks like somewhat the same height. But I've been staring at these pages for quite some time. And I finally am getting around to getting them dialed in now. Just know yeah, inspiration, I guess. But we are doing all right. We're getting it slowly but surely, but we're pulling it in. And that's crazy because I was having it rough. They're the same characters. Look, right above him is another drawing of the same character, but we streamlined him today, and he is way different. I even changed him. He's not a skunk. He's a squirrel. But that's all right. It works. It works because they're buddies. They're pals. They're buds. They're live on the streets together. Out on the streets for a living. Yeah, that's exactly the feeling. I was like, I never looked at it like that. I always looked at it as something. It had to have some kind of substance. It was either a drawing or it was somebody or it was, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, boy. I'm only updating the Bluntz and Bongwater and the Milky Way. But I'm telling you, um, because everybody else is good here, and the only people that are really struggling with or lately with was the animals, was the skunks, because I couldn't get them how I wanted them. So today we sat down and worked on the skunks and kind of fleshed out who they were and kind of things like that. And not just the skunks, but the squirrel and all that. So we even came up with a storyline and everything. So it was wonderful. But I figured I would real fast come in here and try to put the character together really quick on all of my pages um, because I figured out what it was and how I'm drawing it. That tail's fucked over here though. You know what I need to do? I think I need to take that and just move it in. And getting these guys dialed in really fast on all the pages. While I have that, I guess you could say inspiration, right? Oops. Because that is basically what we were doing today, and I've got to go in and clean those up, but those came out way better than what I was working with. So we came up with him. I'll play with that later. That one. So we're working on these ones. We still got to do refry, Mary Jane, Grandma J, and Horace and Jaime, and then that's pretty much it. But see how I had these two skunks down here? It just didn't work. It wasn't working. So we switched them up. We changed them up a little bit. So I came in here and I started changing them up. Because I did not. And now I'm going to be able to add them in. Because look, I put them in everywhere. Except right there. I wanted to change them there. And I think that is it. Yeah, because I changed them there. But I was going to add them in here. Because that's going to be the thing for my smoke break when I take my smoke breaks. Boom. Yeah, usually, yep. Something comes from doodling. That's what I did. I sat right here today and just worked that guy out. And it wasn't like I wanted to or anything like that. I was just trying to um, get a lot of these dialed in to give it some kind of direction, all that kind of stuff. Because earlier this week, while I was at work, I did that. Now, this is an old comic that I did years ago. Give me a sec. I'll see if I can find it. Or maybe I have it in the reference of that file. Give me a sec. Open the reference here. No. Nope. But maybe I can pull it from here. Then you can see what it looks like. And you can see the flow of it a little better. Hold on, I'm gonna bring you back. Gonna bring you back. Okay. When you see the flow a little bit. Oh, you do? Okay. Yeah. Back in the day, this one was a strip here of where Grandma gets busted, and it took that long to tell the story, and the paneling was horrible. That's just the best I could do at the time. Um, I marveled more over that bread wrapper than the thing of bread than I did anything else. To me, I was like, oh my god, that's kind of cool because it looked just like. But anyway, um, that is the older version of this one. Real sparse backgrounds, all that kind of stuff, and I don't know. I don't know. I loved it, but I just, like I said, I didn't like behind me. Hold on. All right, sorry about that. Lost my data. She was asking if I needed something from the Chick-fil-A. But I'm making hamburgers tonight, so there's no Chick-fil-A for this guy. And I like that spicy chicken sandwich. I love that thing. But I'm not eating it tonight. I'm making burgers. I'm making burgers and chips. Oh yeah, yeah. They're different characters now too. And what I wanted was a little bit more storytelling. Instead of looking from this side here, I've got you looking from outside the window, or I mean from inside the window, from inside the house. You're watching them come up the walk, and that type of stuff. And you see, there's the thing. Then you open the keys, open the door. Is this pose right here, which pretty much just made no sense. Now it kind of, there's a little bit of storytelling in just those two panels. To where here, yeah, there's storytelling, but it's just not as good. Know what I'm saying? I mean, just that beats that. I mean, you're still establishing and all that kind of stuff. It's an establishing shot. Both of those are an establishing shot. Okay? But one is a little different than the other. And then you got over here, you got where the keys and the screen door and stuff. You'll see when it's drawn in, there'll be a screen door and that. And then you go over here to where she took the wrong thing, and there's a pie instead. So I haven't really nailed it here on the first panel, And on the second panel is pretty much that one, where they're both looking at it going, hmm. I mean, there is words that go with that, you know. He's like, yeah, you know, yo, bro, I like pie too. This has weed in it, right? Um, but that, and then you have this the last two panels. It still has the same amount of panels, because it flows, you know, a certain way. And daughter's wonderful. Yeah, she's just hanging out. She lives downstairs. Yeah, Chick-fil-A. Love Chick-fil-A. Spicy chicken's my favorite. Absolutely my favorite. Except, you know, I love pickles my whole fucking life. My whole life. Until just the past few months. I hate pickles. They're just, I don't know why. I swear to you, I don't know what happened. I don't like pickles. I have to pull them off my chicken sandwich. I have to pull them off my hamburgers. I mean, I still eat them with the pickle, and sometimes I can get through it. But man, it's weird. It's weird. It's a really weird. And I also had an Italian from Firehouse last night, right? Without the spicy mustard or anything else, and it was delicious, delicious. That shit is good. And I just been eating Firehouse for the past what, month. Yeah, my kids told me about it, and they said, "Hey, Dad, you know you eat Jersey Mike's and you eat fucking Subway and shit. How come you ain't eating, Firehouse?" And I was like, "Well, the only thing that I'm looking for in a sub is an Italian. You can come up with an Italian, I'll eat it, but I don't want no crazy shit on it." So then she comes up and she's like, "Dad, this has got an Italian." I'm like, "Cool, what's on it?" "Well, mayo and mustard and Italian dressing." And I'm like, "What the fuck? Mayo, mustard?" I mean, granted, it's a deli mustard, so I mean, it's okay, a brown mustard and stuff. But I'm like, can you take that shit off? She's like, "Yeah, of course." So we took some off and I kind of customized it with just the sauce, and I threw on some banana peppers and stuff. Yeah, too many, man. I'm like, what the fuck? This doesn't go good. I wanted Italian, and I wanted Italian that I had when I was a kid. It was it had all those Italian meats on it, the provolone cheese, lettuce, tomato, and then some splash of like Italian dressing, and then you just eat it, and it was delicious. Well, this one was good, and I've been eating there a lot, at least once a week now. No, not maybe once a week, once every couple of weeks, and it's just delicious. So I had one last night, and the first couple bites, I was like, man, the Italian really tastes sweet. But my taste buds might be changing or something when it comes to that shit. But I finished it all, powered through all of it. I mean, I didn't power through it. I powered through it like eating like a fucking champ. Power through, not power through because I have to. So, yeah. Long story short, it's still good shit. Because I got Firehouse subs as we left work last night, me and my wife. And we stopped by there. And then I came home and my desk was here for my iPad, right? Because I have my stuff for my Cintiq and my monitors and stuff, but my desk for my iPad came. So I was like, well, I'm going to put that shit together. I was excited. And it's good, man. I love it. It's got my little iPad on it and all that kind of shit. So I can draw over here. I can draw over here. And I got more room for stuff, drinks and all that kind of stuff. I got places to, because it was so crowded over here on this table. Granted, I love this table. It's a motherfucking standing table, so I can, raise it up and do all that cool shit with it. Same thing with this table over here, except this one's more manual. This I press a button and I can even program the heights. This one I've got to move. I got to unscrew and lift up. Not that I am complaining at all, but it can match the same height as this table. So, it works almost universally and costs hundreds of dollars less than this table. But but I got it yesterday and I put it together. It was pretty good, pretty easy to put together. I fell in love with it. It's wonderful. Great addition to the studio. I mean, it's not, as sturdy as that, but it's supposed to be like a mobile desk that you can move around. It's got wheels and shit. But I got my USB, my Anchor port that I've got plugged in and Velcroed to the bottom of it. So, I mean, I'm dialed in. I'm constantly connected over here, constantly connected over here. So, yeah, transformer tables. Who knew? I was one day I was telling my kids, I was like, I'm a cartoonist that doesn't have a fucking pencil in his room. I don't have pencil or paper in this room. I have to go all the way downstairs, open up my art supply boxes. I got nothing that tells you anything except for a digital studio. There's nothing to write on now, except digitally. But anyway, what I was talking about here was the last panel. You're seeing them kind of freaking out. You got Jaime in the background eating the pie because he's thinking he's going to get lit. And you've got Horace flipping the fuck out because Grandma's going to get busted, but he's hoping nobody notices because she's taking it to the school bake sale. Boom. And then you see that. And so I did this more along the line of the way I paneled it out. It's almost the same panel. He's worried, he's sitting there, but more along looking out. And as you're coming through here, you're scanning the thing all the way up until the cop instead of hitting the cop right at the end or right at the beginning. So you get that pause, hopefully. And then you get the punchline. So like I said, we're redoing all of that. And, different Jaime, different all that. So, yeah, you want everything to match. I want everything to match. So that's why I'm redoing all the comics. And I want to be able to get them syndicated. Well, one of them. This one, I don't know. I want to be able to get this one in magazines and shit. And, I was messed up for a day when I was... No shit. Oh, yeah, I guess you can't because I didn't have the thing on there. So I guess I should have. Guess I should have showed you, huh? Let me see where we're at. Oh, that's not the right one. See what happens when you forget where you're at. Anyway, all right, sorry. Thanks. Anyway, like I said, right here, you can see the expressions here. They kind of match. That one kind of matches this one to where, like I said, Horace is eating the cake. I mean, Jaime's eating the cake and Horace is flipping out. Same kind of thing. Same one. That was a good pose. I liked it. I just thought that they needed to be, more along the line of staring out into space. That was more looking out towards you. And then the punchline here, I kind of just shifted. Flipped it around. Still loved the picture, all that kind of stuff. That's the picture I wanted and I wanted the brownies out over here, just flipped out all over. And then the little kid over here grabbing one. And then this one down here is this kid right here. Because I wanted him to stay. But other than that, the DEA agents and the cops. I just haven't had one yet. I might have one back here in the background, but it's you know what I'm saying. It's the same thing. It's essentially the same thing. I think it's just better storytelling and updated characters. But like I said, I want to be able to take this to um, uh, take it to the either the magazines or something. I have no clue with this one yet, but we're gonna all figure that one out together. Yeah. Oh yeah. I do illustrations. Tell them I said, hey, I miss everybody. I haven't seen everybody in God knows how long. Got my Discord up. I've got my website that I'm working on right now. A few other things. But I'm working on it, man. I'm trying to get there. It just takes forever. You know, one dude, and I already have a full time thing going. I already have a full time gig. And this is like a full time gig too, updating all that stuff and doing all that. So it's hard to have two full time gigs and try to be able to manage. We're getting there. We're trying. We're trying. My daughter says she'll help me with some stuff a little bit. I'm trying to get some of the Twitch stuff going because I'm old. All I know how to do is turn on my camera and get it going, kind of thing. I don't know all these bells and whistles. So I still got to learn that. She said she'd help me with those. Only takes a little bit of reading, I think. And that's about it. And then I got these new programs on my Mac and stuff that I'm trying to learn too. Because I have completely transitioned over. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't have my Photoshop anymore. I don't have a few things. I have my Clip Studio Paint, which I don't mind using. But I have no photo. Well, I do now. I have Affinity Photo and Affinity Publisher and Affinity Designer. So I have the Affinity Suite, but not really sure how to use it yet. And I have the same stuff on my iPad except for Publisher because I don't have Publisher for the iPad yet. Otherwise, I'd have that. So I'm assuming once I get, an idea of how to run it here, I'll be able to figure it out on the iPad. And so I've got that stuff to work on as well. Because that's my photo editing software. And Publisher's a book or desktop publishing kind of thing. Suite or something like, I don't know. You can do books and all that kind of shit. What the hell did I use back in the day? InDesign, I think. So I think it's something like that. But I'm not sure. I haven't really dabbled in it. Or even I barely opened it up. So I've got that and all those to play with. So I got to learn all those. All right, now the thing with this, I don't know what I want him to do. I got him walking over here because, see, today we made him hobos because we switched up the storyline for Bluntz and Bongwater. So we have to tie some of this to their backstory. Because they live out on the alley. They run across Horace and Jaime. They don't run across. They run across. And those are nuts. Like little acorns. Oh, look at my acorns, boy. But, yeah, well, I don't know about that. I don't know about updating pretty quickly because she's too busy moderating other places. But she'll help me get some of my stuff done. Hopefully. And then the acorns here, boy. And that's it, just trying to dial in everything here. Because at first I didn't want him to have a nose. We started with him kind of looking like a Mr. Miyagi with a little goatee, and I wanted him to have like a very Tommy Chongish, hippie-ish look, but then we changed to this guy right here, which is cool, which now I can probably add some of that stuff to it. And now we're gonna figure out its stoned look. See, that's pretty, boy. Look at that. Boom. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I love the change to the squirrel though. I mean, it's yeah, it's good with the joke already and all that. So yeah, paying off really quick, boy. But I just thought it was cool. I was like, I started thinking about what I was doing with them, and I mean, because they're pretty much just characters. They don't really have anything. There's no real objective yet. They're just there. I figured that one day I'd add them to give it kind of like um, a cutesy feel, because it's like a semi autobiographical on the inside. It's funny, but yet I want it to be um, kind of cutesy as well. So I just couldn't get there. I mean, I was trying to get there, and then we got there today, so that was kind of cool. But I kind of like the cutesy aspect of the squirrel and the skunk, and they play well off each other because of size difference and things. I just have to keep remembering that because when I went back and started drawing over the stuff, I kept them at the same size, and I'm sitting here going, "There's something wrong with this." And he's like, 3 times shorter than he was before. So I've got to make him a lot smaller, and I got to be conscious of that at least for a while because I've had him for so many years as being just a skunk and nothing else. And now I think I got a little bit more character. I mean, to me he's a lot more alive than um, I'm gonna say he was in the past. So that I'm gonna go with. Now this is just reference, so that way I've got the shapes just in case. Because when you don't draw them a lot, um, you have to sometimes remember the shapes that you have. And I have got a lot of characters, so I mean it's kind of rough to remember all of them and all their you know I guess little nuances and stuff when you're drawing them that you forget about. So you go back to like this and you'll kind of have the idea when you're drawing it what you're looking for. All those circles. See, and before I would have never thought in shapes and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, a lot of practice and all that kind of stuff, and trying to figure things out. All right, perfect. There we go. Boom, boom. So now we got that. We'll add another head over here. And then that character sheet looks pretty good except for the middle and the far left. Yeah, it exactly was. It was. They were all placeholders, to be honest with you. Um, it was just. I mean, that's how I create characters. Is everything? Yeah, and that's a good way to put it. Is they were all placeholders. Um, because you have an idea, and then you come up with these things as you're trying to flesh out the story, and then you come up with these stupid characters, and you're like, well, why did I come up with that? Well, you got to have a Mary Jane. Everybody in a fucking stoner mag or a cartoon has to have a Mary Jane. All right. And so now you try to name all your characters after a certain um, I don't know, a little word for maybe weed or something, or some kind of stoner reference. And then you only have a few of those that really fit, like Grandma J, Mary Jane, that type of stuff. And it's just because her last name is James. I think it's what their last names is. So they call her Grandma J. Uh, so those kind of things. I mean, it's like you don't have anybody that real characters like that. But and then you have to put a little semi-autographical spin on it. So some of the stuff that you'll see him doing, like at school, I went through things like that. But I mean, you know, the thing about the van and the two characters that hang out, that was pretty much me and my best friend at a certain point of decade. Um, so it's that kind of stuff. We're essentially not doing everything that the strip is doing, but those weren't placeholders to an extent, um, because Horace came pretty quick, and then Jaime, I I could only draw hair a certain way, and my daughter used to call it Minglo hair because I had a character that had hair that went like just like two little like Zelda hair kind of thing, where they're two just like I don't know these things the little hair thing, front part of the bangs. That's what I was looking for. Anyway, that type of stuff. So that's most of my characters. The second character had hair like that. And so I'm sitting here going, well, you know what? I don't know why I can't draw a different style of hair or all this kind of stuff. And at that point in time, I wasn't really sure. I just liked it. But I knew it wasn't right because I couldn't get any emotion out of the character. And that's the whole point of storytelling and things. You try to get that emotion out of these characters, and it takes a while. You got to practice poses and things like that. Like people would sit there and go, "Hey, you know that pose that you got on like this one here. Where's it at there? Yeah, that pose that Horace is doing right here." I'm like, that pose was way different than the pose that I started with. He was sitting upwards and had his hand like this, and he was more slopey. And I, what? Didn't want to. It was too dead. It was dead. So I wanted it to look more realistic. So I did that. All right, give me a sec. I gotta go for a sec. Just a bit. First off, all we have to do is cut her a piece and throw it in the fridge. By the time she's ready to eat it tonight, it'll be defrosted and cold. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I can cut it. All it has to do is be brought up here. If you bring the coconut pie up, I'll cut it. I'll put Mom a piece in the fridge, and if you want some, I'll put you a piece.
Yeah, I might eat a piece.
But you gotta bring it up. Oh. I had to go and check. Yeah, it does take time for all that to come together. When you run out of material you draw from other places. True. Very true. But anyway, that's the pose, and I try to make it somewhat realistic-ish. Okay, so where are we at? We are here. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because that was freezing out there, boy. It was freezing out there. All right. It's going to be freezing tomorrow, freezing all weekend. That's going to suck, boy. Cat's running all over. See, and the thing is once you figure out your drawing and you get the guy in the way you want it to, the rest comes easy. You can just hammer it out. I don't know how many I drew of this guy today. Now, the big storm didn't get anywhere here. They got in the mountains, but if anything, but not down here, which is cool. The freezing temperatures are down here now. We got a little snow, but nothing too crazy. How's it down there? There we go. Look at that. Boom, boy. We are good. How's your weather? What'd you get? Anything good? Alright, okay. Perfect. Yeah, shit. I forgot. Love you, baby. What do stoner squirrels do? I was going to make this like a 6-foot bong, even though he's not 6 feet. But it was going to be like a 12-incher. Shit. It's kind of funny because this little squirrel kind of reminds me of that Ricky Tikki Tavi thing when I'm seeing him. It's like, oh shit. Copying another fucking character. Copied Mickey Mouse earlier. And the little mouse from Looney Tunes. I don't think I copied anybody on that one. Maybe Pepe Le Pew. Dang boy, that was good. That was fun. That's fun. I'm not done, but I mean that's fun. Just got a little snow. Damn, freezing rain. Yeah, that's snow. I didn't get any freezing rain. That would suck. Okay, good. That's done. Oh, check that out. There's a trash can right there. Oh my God. Absolutely love it. I'm so happy. The studio is just completely 100% functional. That is so awesome. All right. There, I text in all those little emojis. No text, just emoji. All right, let's see. Now what are we gonna do here? I don't know what I want him doing. I gotta fix his body here. We're going to completely erase that. So what are you working on, bro? What are you drawing? What are you trying to do with that blank sheet of paper? All right, let's see. We're gonna try to make him. We're gonna make him walking. we go. Yeah. Draw a reference from somewhere. It's all brought in from somewhere. Which is good. That's the way I want it. Because it shows you what I'm influenced by, or, you know, those kind of things. It's a good thing. Because if I didn't have that stuff, I wouldn't be trying to do my stuff, you know? Cat's wanting to come in. She's been dying out there by herself. She usually comes running in and out of here, but I've been trying to keep the door closed in here. But, so she doesn't. That, and it also keeps the pot smell from going out into the living room. Or the kitchen, or into somebody else's room. Even though I have a candle thing burning. Whatever that candle thing is. Yeah, that wax melt, that's what it is. Wax melt. Oh, how fun. I love drawing food. I love drawing food. Trying to do a super basic Spider-Man versus Green Goblin style scene, like a web slinger versus guy on a glider. Do you start with thumbnails? Or are you just drawing on a blank sheet of paper? Because I would start with some kind of thumbnail so you can get an idea of if you aren't. If you are, then disregard everything I said. Look at that boy. That's pretty. start with like thumbnails. You just go like this. You use the page or however the page you're doing. And then you can get kind of an idea of where everything's at. See, just by kind of laying it out. I mean, you know how it's done, but that's how it's thing. And then you can figure out the poses too. And Spidey's always good because he's always got great poses. Because then you can just do this type of stuff. That kind of thing. That type of thing. You can kind of like figure out those two. That's shit, but you know what I'm saying. That's kind of like the idea behind it. I always go by the seat of my pants. Yeah, that's how it works. All this was pretty much the same thing. And you're just trying to tighten it up once you get it. But it's like, man, I used to love drawing Spider-Man. And all those different scenes and the way he moved and all that kind of stuff was really cool. I enjoyed that. But nowadays I could do it much better than I used to do it. Even though it wasn't bad. Even though it wasn't bad. Oops. Nowadays I think I could tear it up much better. But I have not done that type of detail work on an iPad yet. So, you know, that part I'm kind of scared of because I haven't done that. And I've got a couple of Superman ones that I was working on back in the day. Not back in the day, but back in the day. But not that far back in the day. Let's see. Let's see if you can see them. No, you're not going to be able to see them. And see, I was trying to. Let me see if I can. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there you go. I was going to say I can get the original, and you can see how faded these pencils are. And I tried to do some stuff digitally as well. But they never materialized into anything. This was more of like a bank robbery scene, and I'm missing one page. I can't fucking find it. But, as I said, you can see the color of the pages. They're all yellow. But I wanted to finish this. I wanted to, yeah. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Wolverine and Hulk, yeah. But I wanted to, and like I said, this is pencil on paper. This is way back in the day a little bit. But I can sit here and I can go, geez, man, I could hammer that shit out right now. Anyway, because it was supposed to be a Superman, because I wanted to send it to DC. So let's see. Let me show you without the inks, without the shitty inks. This is, I think, was page one. No, no, it wasn't page one. It was page 3 or 4. And trying to figure out motion and other things, which I've always tried to do. Oh, it's just horrible. So you can see he's getting ready to pull off his Superman thing. This guy's shooting from outside the window, kind of thing, and it's dead. When I say dead, the because we're gonna have cars flying through the air, a whole bunch of other stuff. Him, I guess, throwing the van at one point. So I don't know. There was another page. I'm telling you, there's a page missing out of this, but I wanted to redo that, and that's why I brought it into the iPad. Is I was like, because I've got some other submissions that were for DC back in the day, but I never really, a couple Superman ones, a Lobo, a few others, just like 4 or 5 pages of things that you could send in, but the storytelling's weak, man, weak compared to the type of storytelling you can do now, kind of thing. And if I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do it on like my Minglos guys, like these characters, because they're mine. So if I'm gonna use like storytelling and shit, I'm going to be doing these characters, because this is the more for me, it was supposed to be more like a comic book and more realistic than the others. And because when I drew it, that's what I drew it as. I mean, I drew it on paper with an ink brush quill pen, and it was horrible. And it still is. But like I said, that was years ago. And nowadays, I mean, I could take that whole entire page and just, redo the whole entire thing. And if I want to do that, that's what I'm going to do it in. I would love to do that one, but it's like I got other stuff, way too much stuff now that I've already done. My wife is dying for me to finish this, so that way she has that for her cookbook, and I'm still not done. And she's been bugging me for that. This Christmas card that I've been working on for a decade, I'm still working on. There's so much that you do that you're like, fuck. And then this one I've been wanting to do forever. I did this when I was first starting to learn how to draw. I did my character Lone Justice, and I did a Batman um, Robin theme. And this was in the 90s somewhere, because I stopped doing Lone Justice after that. Um, try to bring him back a couple times and revamp him, but so he just sits there. Um, but it was during the time of the Batman the animated series, okay? Because you can see that the logo's in the background, and at that point in time, I think that was '90s, might have been early 2000s, might have been like 2001, somewhere around there. But like everything's the '90s for me. Uh, but this character here, I created him as like a super cop kind of thing. But I wanted him to fight like Batman, and I wanted it to look like a movie reel and all that kind of stuff. And I wanted it to use the gray and blue Batman. Even though I put the wrong Robin with him, that wasn't the idea. It was just I was trying to find a whole bunch of different things. And I happen to like that Robin better than the other Robin that goes with the blue and gray Batman. I think blue and gray Batman. Whose is that? Is that fucking Neil Adams' Batman? Somebody's Batman. I don't remember. Yeah, I know. Definitely, yeah. Yeah, stepping stones don't always look the best, but yeah, they are necessary. That's how you get ahead. But that right there is. So I wanted to redo it with my character because I did that with colored pencil and stuff back when I was learning to draw. I mean, you can look, you can see the cape, you can see the arm. Um, Everything I drew as pinups at this point in time. I wasn't sure about I wasn't sure about pacing or sequential art or anything like that. I think at this point in time I did one ash can of his, a Lone Justice ash can that I tried to shop at comic book shops and at little local conventions. Absolutely horrible. Absolutely. But it was something. It was something to have my character out and something to experience stuff. So it was like my first foray into anything. But that's where this character in that drawing came from. I was still just doing pinups. I was trying to perfect him because he was horrible. And I was actually selling pictures of this because my buddy that used to come over, we used to hang out. He used to drink, and he used to get me high all the time. And we'd stay up all night. And I'd be drawing, and he'd be like listening to music and talking my ear off. And because like when you get drunk and stuff, I guess you talk about stuff. So constantly, I'd hear these same old stories and all this, and but he'd buy my pictures from me as I was drawing them. So it was kind of cool because your buddy's drunk and he's buying your pictures. Next thing you know, you go to his house and they're all over his living room. But this is the stuff he was buying, and it was funny because it was horrible, but he loved it. Yeah, exactly. My greatest fan. So I mean, but I'm telling you, he'd go home at like 5 o'clock in the morning, when sun came up, things like that, because I was up doing this type of stuff, and he was usually up just partying, getting drunk, and doing stuff in his house. But he lived next door to me, so he'd knock on my door, and next thing you know, he's hanging out. Well, be right back. And so uh, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I would sit there and draw this, and he would talk my ear off, and because that's all I do. All I do is when I was up in the daytime, I would hang out with my kids and draw. They would be playing Nintendo. We'd have the TV on, and they'd be playing their video game and stuff, going, Dad, watch this, Dad, 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 and I'm drawing and watching them, and we're hanging out. Then my wife would come home. Sometimes she'd play video games and stuff. Sometimes she'd go shopping. Sometimes she'd, that type of thing. And then we'd hang out, and we'd watch her stuff, Charmed and all this other kind of shit. Back when they were young and I was still starting, learning how to draw and things like that. So, I sat around drawing constantly. I'd take my drawings with me. I would go everywhere and I'd just be drawing, trying to, because it wasn't something that I did all the time. I mean, when you go to school, you're the kid that draws, but you're not the kid that draws good. You're not the kid that draws as good as everybody else. There's kids out there that are drawing better than you, and those are the people that are asking those kids to do the little murals in the class or this kind of stuff. Nobody was asking me. So I was in other stuff. I did plays and all this kind of stuff. I wasn't doing the drawing thing. I was just doing that because I didn't do anything else. And I could do that. It was like I could draw something. I could sit there and listen to music and draw an album cover. So for me, that was the greatest. It was the most fun thing to do. Is I could put on Van Halen, and now I'm drawing 1984 in my room, hanging out. It's just like we're doing right now. Okay, I was 17 and I had a dual deck turntable. I'm in a dual deck cassette player, 2 turntables, a microphone, a mixer, all this other kind of stuff, and I'm talking old shit. I'm talking big, fucking huge pieces of machinery, and big ass speakers, a mic, and I am recording a radio show onto cassette tapes, and I'm doing the weather and all this other kind of stuff. No audience, no nothing. But who knew that stuff that I was doing back in the day to try and do some like disc jockey kind of stuff. When you do that, that's the kind of thing that you play with. I was always trying to experiment and play with things. I was trying to draw, make books, and do like a music disc jockey kind of thing. So you have a microphone, you have all that. You have pretty much a karaoke machine right there in front of you. So you're doing all this in a day and age where that it wasn't relevant. Everybody was not doing that type of stuff. So you're just sitting in your room being a freak and doing that type of stuff. So I did that for years. And, so it was kind of like what we're doing now, except now you have an audience and you have a camera and you actually have somebody you can talk to, but you're doing the exact same thing. Depending on what you're getting, you can pretty much run the show. You can pretty much run the setup. You could be a disc jockey. You can be an artist. You can be whatever you want. And everybody can do it now. To where before, and everybody wants to do it now, to where before you were in your room and you were getting beat up because you were a fucking freak. Nobody wanted to mess with you. It's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm playing with my records and making tapes and singing songs and making like Weird Al Yankovic kind of shit, where you're singing to the song and you're making weird lyrics to it. All that kind of stuff. I mean, we did that as kids. I don't know, not everybody, just the freaks, the freaky kids. The creative ones is what I was thinking. I mean, because I was also doing that and cooking, grabbing recipes, and my grandma would let me cook and do all that kind of shit. And she'd give me my encouragement for art because she'd give me paper and pencils and things. So next thing you know, you're drawing at grandma's house with this fucking flat pencil. and it looks like it's been taken with a razor blade and shaved. And you're drawing with this going, what the fuck? and grandma thinks it's a pencil. You know, she's cool with it. She doesn't know it's one of those pencils you use at on fucking construction sites and things. I'm using that as a pencil to draw with. Not that I was drawing well anyway, but But yeah, now everybody's freaks, man. I mean, it's to see that you come full circle and you're going, holy fuck. But it's funny because we were doing this when there was no audience. And now you're doing it and, you're like, wait, I have somewhat of an audience. It's kind of crazy. But anyway, that's that. What I was going to tell you is I was trying to redo that and revamp that and work it a little bit better than what it was because I love the concept of that. And so I drew a couple little pencil things, but nothing really concrete yet. I don't like the way that came out, but it was there. It was just a little thumbnail, but he's too far down. There's a lot of things that need to be done with that. Same thing. Same thing there. But, it's getting there. But you can see it's a little different, that one to the other one, even though the body shape is a little fucked. But the idea was trying to look like he's more struggling, like he's getting ready to fight, all that kind of stuff, even though my character is the one that's beating him up. But, it's Batman. It's not going to last long. My character will get beat up. All right, so anyway, there's that. That's not what I was working on anyway, but I was just showing you the comic book thing that I wanted to do. And maybe eventually we'll get there again, but, right now we're got to be doing that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. I'm so happy with this character. I cannot say that enough. But anyway, that's what I got going at the moment. That's what we're going to be working on for the rest of the night, I think. It's just these guys. And then we can start moving on to the other characters because this still needs to be fleshed out here. All right, no problem. I'll be here. I ain't going nowhere, man. Except for maybe to get some coffee. Because I haven't had coffee. What time is it? It's 4. Shit, I got an hour before I have to start cooking. Making some hamburgers. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Hamburgers, and then we're coming to stream the rest of the night. So that'll be kind of cool. I'm excited for that. perfect. I'm going to put a layer there. Smoke break here. Oh, we're going to add a layer there. I'm going to try to... Alright, that's what we're going to do. Am I on the right layer? Yes, I am. Got an idea. Got an idea. Okay, we are going to clear that. We are going to we're going to totally change this picture. We are going to totally change this picture. That's what we're going to do. We are going to put absolutely crazy. All right. So if I put something, and I want to make it kind of not sturdy, but he's going to... Oh, that's funny. That is funny. That is gonna be good. Alright, so we're gonna go here with the couch. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Oh yeah. In the smoke break, we are drawing the smoke break, and it's way better than how it was coming out. Oh yeah. All right. Oh, absolutely. Fucking nailing it. All right, let's check this out. We started with nothing. We started with that. Went through a few changes there, boy. Did like that pose, but we'll get it. I'm just gonna redraw the other one. Look at you. Look at you, boy. That looks good. Like that. That one looks like a smoke break. Like that. Oh, welcome back. I have already paneled out this. I had it the other way and then I changed it while you were gone. Just didn't like the last smoke break. Just didn't like the last smoke break. So, I figured, why not, since I've already kind of got my guys down now, it's so much easier to just draw them. It's like once you know, because that's the whole thing you're looking for, is, you know, how they look and stuff. And then once you get it, it's like, fuck, right on. I can dial it in. Now, I don't know what they're going to be balancing on, but I figured why not let them balance like on this 6-foot ball. And these guys aren't too stoned to even care, or maybe they're just watching and laughing. Know what I'm saying? So to me, that's yeah, no shit, right? Yeah, well, you know, it happens. It happens. I needed it. The last one didn't look like really like a smoke break. I was trying to come up with like some signage. Do you know what I'm saying? Signage that I could post places and all this kind of stuff. Kind of like the ads that I do for Milky. Signage for, you know, weed. But the fudge. Okay. See, why is that so big? Look at that. So that way I have, you know, things that I could post places, and then with a link, you know, of where you can read the comic, kind of thing, or watch me stream, or things like that. But like this one here is for like when I need a smoke break. Know what I'm saying? That's that one. And then when I'm out for a bit, it's that one. But I'm not done with that one yet. I just got it down to the almost the inking stage. There's a few things I wanted to do to it and stuff. But that's it. So those two. So when I'm leaving, like I'm leaving the stream, or when I gotta go to the bathroom, like right now. So that kind of signage. Speaking of that, let me do that really quick. Be right back. Look at that. There we go. Yeah. I do. I have soap. I have towels. I have other shit, but I haven't finished it yet. So that's what I got for that. But then I was doing that and kind of got sidetracked into doing something really much better. Much better. Because you have to have one of these. You have to have a Best Buds pinup kind of thing, stuff like that. You know, the normal stuff, the normal stoner things. Let's see. Whoa, we used a lot of that pencil. We gotta charge that sugar up. We have to charge that pencil up. I want to go in here and fix that. Those guys. Because I just recently done that a few weeks ago. But I had to go and look at what the squirrels look like because I couldn't fucking tell you. So I just drew those off of whatever reference I had earlier. Now that I know what they look like, I can completely wipe them off the planet. Because there's supposed to be two pinups, one here and where the fuck? Guess that's it, right? Yeah, kind of that. That one. And the one we just had. Where's the other one? Boom. That one. So there's two pictures in that. But once I get them penciled, then I'll just move on to another canvas and then redo it. But I want to redo those guys. See, when you don't have it, it just doesn't feel right. You can't get it to work. There was no way that that was going to work. But watch when my pencil charges. Because then I've only got a few minutes. I've only got, what is it? 428. 428? Still defrosting the hamburger. Still defrosting the hamburger. And then I gotta go make some hamburgers. Lettuce, tomato, onion, toast the buns. Oh, shit. And then we're just having chips because I ain't fucking making french fries and shit. Come on, pencil. But then I'll fix those guys. Drop in another layer. Lower the opacity on that one so I can at least understand where the fuck is that a reference layer or something? I don't know where the hell that layer is. There. It's fucking there. Alright, there we go. We are going to fucking figure out what we're going to do here. I think we're going to switch them. Is what we're going to do. Alright, check this out. Let's see what we can do here. Pencil's not completely charged, but fuck it, we're going rogue. What the fuck is going on here? Chucky? Tell me if this works better than the other one. Once I'm done here. nice. I don't know. I don't know what you missed. But I know that I think I fixed that. That's what that fucker was. Like, what the fuck was that noise? I was fucking tripping on that. The lid. That was crazy. See, there we go. There we go. And I think that is much better than that. But like I said, who knows? Yeah, I'm going with this one. Then I can tighten up everything after tonight while we're hanging out after I'm done making hamburgers. That's just gonna be good, boy. I can't wait. Well, I don't have to wait. It's almost time. What time is it? 4:37. I got about 45 minutes before I have to start doing anything. I have already streamed today for 7 hours and 43 minutes. And to be honest with you, I think that works much better, right? I mean, look at that. Oh, shit. Way better than that. We're going to change them around. Absolutely wonderful. I am so happy. So that, and like I said, you know it works when it just takes that long to do it. That's when you know you got something with a character Doesn't mean shit when it comes to anything else, but what it does when it comes to like a character. Because it's that thing. It's like, okay, now I don't have to go searching anymore. I don't have to pull up references much. I know exactly what he looks like, to where before it was like, I don't know exactly what he looks like because I'm not happy with what he looks like. So I wouldn't be able to do it. Like him, we still have to play with his face and stuff like that. But essentially, he is here. It just takes a few minutes to kind of like refine it a little bit. But other than that, you can put him in any pose. You can, yeah, that doesn't happen often, right? But it's one of those things. This today was more productive than, I mean, if I did like fucking start to finish 10 pages, because I finished something that who knows when I would be, or when I would find it, when I would be happy with it. And it's like, okay, I'm good. I'm good. Everything about this is good from all the characters. Now we just have to go in and refine Grandma, Mary Jane, and refry. But those are human people, so they're a little bit easier to, I think anyway, they're a little bit easier to figure out their looks, kind of thing. Because basically with Jaime, all I have to do is stretch his face out more to get the one. If I make him too thin. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, but you don't know that until you draw it. Something's off, and it's usually that. But the same shape and everything to do him is there. Right, exactly. I mean, you go at it with fresh. I mean, that was always the thing with me, is refining it, is always, it's going back to that picture that you're not going to finish anyway, because you're not going to finish it. And if you do, it's going to suck. And it's going to suck because you burned yourself out on it already. So you don't have the same fire going at that picture as you did when you were doing it. And at that point in time, if you were struggling, that fire wasn't completely lit. Do you know? Because if you struggle and put things away, you come back with fresh eyes, and then things start changing. You start changing it most of the time. I can't say that all the time. I don't know if that happens all the time, because I went with the same picture 4 or 5 times until I changed it and it actually worked. And I almost completed it twice. And that's a lot of work for nothing at all. Because it's kind of a waste of time. You wasted a lot of time on that one picture, and the essence might not even be what you were expecting. Or you can go back with it with fresh eyes, change it around a little bit, like I've done with a few of these already, and you have a different look. Hopefully some of it's better, just like we did here. To me, they're they're more weighted. What the fuck? They're more weighted than they are there. So they actually feel like they're in the page and on the van. You see what I'm saying? And they look like shit there. And I'm not happy with them, and I never was. And that's what a happy cartoonist looks like right there. Boom, 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 boom. To be able to put that there instead of that there, and going with that, and knowing that's not working. And then instead struggling with those until you find the character. And then when you find it, you're like not struggling. I don't know if, hopefully everybody gets that when it comes to some of their characters are struggling with, because that is a wonderful feeling. And it was a lot of fun. I mean, all of that I did. What was that? No, I didn't do that one. I did this one today. Changed up some of the characters. We're still playing with this. It's not done. We've got to refine that and do tighter pencils. Same thing with this one. But you get the idea. It's all there. And then these two we have to do. This is Refry. This is Mary Jane. And look. I mean, even on this type of page, I'm still playing with poses. I'm dicking around over here with that pose in a skateboard. I'm playing with Spider-Man pose. See what I'm saying? It's like that's what that is right there. But that is way too. But anyway. Like I said, I'm playing with poses, I'm playing with things, I'm always dicking around doing something. But we're good, we gotta work on her. And then Grandma J. And then we do Jaime and Horace. And then those. Like I said, we can get rid of that because that one's done. We need to work on those, which I absolutely love this one. So I did a lot today. So far, to be able to fuck with this tonight. I'm going to have so much fun tightening up all this shit tonight. I mean, look at that. I thought the characterization on that, on his mouth and getting ready to bite the pizza. I mean, I just love that. Because he's trying to pick up the spilled stuff over here and eat his pizza at the same time and try to be slick. And he's going 1,000, 2,000. I just love that. Oh yeah, I'm having a blast. But anyway, that's exactly how that's supposed to work. And look, I mean, you see the two characters, one right above the other. Same pose. Same exact pose. So, to where this one's different because he's over here. So, and then the other one, he's behind him, standing there, and holding an Evil Knievel. Well, it's not Evil Knievel, it's Dusty Rider, but still, that's what it's supposed to resemble. But see, those characters there were just not. Yeah, they just didn't like them. Wasn't happy with them. To me, they didn't show the difference. So. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. The newer one's got a lot more character into it than the older one. Both the newer ones. So we're gonna run with that. We're gonna run with those two. That's the look. Because like I said, those two even changed. Subtly, but they changed. I think he turned out a lot more softer. But I don't know. It's just, it's just me. But like I said, I'm too close to these guys already. But he's like, fuck, man. And then this one's like 1001, 1002. And then he's trying to eat his slice of pizza while he's picking up the other stuff. See if he drops something else, maybe, or something. Kind of like your dog and stuff. Oh, not your dog, but dogs in general. If you have a dog. They're always looking for something to munch. They're waiting for you to drop something. They get lucky. Yeah, he got lucky. So, that kind of stuff. We're going to work on tonight is getting all of this type of stuff dialed in. So we can start tighter pencils. And I love the tails. So anyway, there's that. We did that one. Okay. We didn't do anything with that. We fixed this one. We still got to fix a little bit more, just more detail, but we fixed this one. We didn't do anything with that. We didn't do anything with that. We didn't do anything with that. We fixed that one, which is awesome. I love how he's pointing with the spoon. That's good. At least somebody follows me. Because I'm the only one that thinks I understand what I'm saying. And I don't understand half of it. But I love the way that looks. I mean, he's giving him the finger. He's like flipping him off going, fuck you. Fuck you. And there has to be nothing said, and nothing needs to be said except for just that line. Because there's no way he's going to be able to light that. It just makes no sense. It's just funny. Stupid. Stupid funny. A dad joke thing. Dad stoner joke thing. And then we got this one, which is, you got this thing balancing on a fucking 6-foot thing for a 6-foot bong to take a hit. And that is absolutely the coolest. I thought that was funny. Because that'd be like a motherfucking squirrel. Know what I'm saying? That would be like a squirrel. Speaking of that squirrel, when I keep the thing on, yeah, I don't know if that could be a thing I invented now. Dad stoner, stoner dad. But I'm not dad anymore. I'm stoner grandpa, motherfuckers. That's the shit. I'm not a dad. I'm a grand fucking paw. It's like, oh shit, I've already notched up one a couple times. And it's like, holy shit. So it don't count anymore. It's not stoner uncle. It's not stoner dad. It's stoner fucking grandpa. It's not one of the titles that I don't think I enjoy having that title, but it's one of those ones that I wanted to wait. I don't know. I didn't want to really wait because I'm that age. I didn't want to be that age yet. Motherfuckers. So that kind of sucks. All right. I should set up my stream when I'm making hamburgers. Could hang out while I cook. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, see, there you go. Cooking with cats. Well, time sneaks up on everybody. Just how it is. I'm happy. I'm glad I'm where I'm at. I'm happy being what I am. It just went by really quick. You're like, fuck me. We need a kind of like a kind of nakedy picture over here. Right? What do stoner dudes have in the room? I used to have like Van Halen posters and shit. Music posters. I still do. Still got all that shit up here. I got all my Kiss stuff and things on the walls. Up there. My print shit over here. But not really like it. You can tell this couch is kind of dated. But I would assume everybody, like young people, get dated furniture, right? I mean, that still exists. To where your shit doesn't match. Like you get to a certain age, your shit matches, but when you are young, I mean, when I was young and I was telling you about doing the disc jockey things and all that kind of shit, I had mismatched table. It was weird because I'm walking home from the mall, okay, because I lived 2 blocks away from the mall, and I'd walk to the mall. And I was walking back, and there was this like warehouse thing, and it pulled out just a flat table with a file cabinet, a roll case, like little file cabinet. You could throw papers in it and stuff, and it was metal and a piece of wood, but it was only on one side. So you had to find something that would fit on the other side to hold it up, some kind of shelf or, some kind of little thing. Because basically, all it was this type of thing. It was a little shelf like this. And then the table would go on it here. So anyway, I walk past this motherfucker and I stop and I'm like, that is awesome. And it's daylight, and I'm like, man, I don't know. That's what I was like. Anyway, go up to the thing, and I go home because it's just down the block from my house. And I'm like, fuck, I could use that, like a little desk and a little thing, you know. All I have to do is find something else that goes over here, you know, like you know what would work? A milk crate. That would work. And you're sitting here going, fuck yeah, now I got a desk. I'll put albums in this motherfucker, you know. So now I've got the start of you know, a desk, man, like a setup, and it was a big ass long one. So I could put my chair back here. I could put a chair over here, you know, like that. And then I could put my record player up here, my cassette deck, all this kind of shit, the microphone, all that. And then on top of that, which was even cooler, is I had room in front of that shit to put down a piece of paper and draw. So now I have a drawing table with all of my favorite shit all over the top, and Van Halen posters everywhere. Van Halen, David Lee Roth, half naked everywhere. Everywhere. You would think I would be gay by the time I was done, because that's what I had at one point in time. And then I went and saw a Culture Club and shit like that, and had a couple programs and stuff like that, but I didn't put those ones up. I just, you know. But it was a great concert. One of my first concerts, Culture Club and shit. So next thing you know, I'm hooked up. You know, that's my control center from when I was a kid. And then you take that and you make it work for years, until eventually you go, hey man, there's an office supply store, really? And you know, you can buy desks and all this other kind of nonsense that you wouldn't think, you know, and you upgrade. But for the time being, when you're young, you ain't got shit to do that yet. I mean, sometimes you do, sometimes people do, but not everybody. I didn't. I mean, I didn't graduate. I dropped out of school. A whole bunch of shit that made my thing horrible. I mean, it was like, all right, guess where you're working? At the donut shop. Which was cool, because I got donuts and weed. Two of the most favorite things a stoner wants, I think, is donuts and weed. At least I did, in a bowl of M&Ms and ice cream. Anyway, like I said, that's what I found at the thing when I was a kid, and kind of weird. Better erase that though. But there, it's much easier to draw it than describe it, you know? To kind of give you an idea of what I'm talking about. That's what's kind of cool. So we can just do that in 2 seconds. Yeah. I did. All right, now let's try and figure out what he's going to be standing on. I have no clue, but it's got to be the most rinky-dinkish shit. And it's got to be so unbalanced. Because it's a squirrel, man. And you know how them little motherfuckers are? The only time that shit's going to go over is when they jump off. And then it's going to go and crash and smash down. these guys are too lit to care what the hell's going on. That's gonna be me when I'm cooking hamburgers tonight. Here in just a bit. What the fuck am I talking about? I'm already lit. But I'm gonna be more. There. See, and that's pretty good. I like how that turned out. Way better than the last one. I think, anyway. What time is it? Oh shit, it's 5. Holy fuck. I gotta go. Alright, I'll be back in an hour or so. If I don't see you, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for chilling with me for a bit. And in the conversation. It's great seeing you. Haven't seen you in a while. Always wonderful to see you and talk with you. And like I said, I'll be back in just a couple hours at the most. And we'll continue this. And don't forget, check out all the links, man. This Discord and all that shit that I'm trying to figure out. And subscribe where you feel. And thank you.